Stephen. Please, we want to open up our meeting, Deschutes County Board of Commissioners, and it happens to be May 8th, 2024. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We now have our citizen input. Carl Shoemaker, you are the first person.
Good morning. I'm Carl Shoemaker. I live in Bend. Let us now have a land where corporations don't rule us. Let us now have a land where the news isn't run by the corporations. Let us now have a land where AIPAC doesn't own politicians everywhere. Let us now have a land where unions aren't suppressed. Let us now have a land without religious zealotry. Let us now have a politics of decency in the land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Catherine McCoy.
Hi, my name is Catherine McCoy, and my husband, John McCoy, was an employee at Deschutes County for 3.5 years. My husband passed away last April 13th due to pancreatic cancer that we had 3.5 months notice. On February 10th, we came up here to meet with Deschutes County to go over all his benefits and everything once we knew what his schedule was going to be with chemo. We were found out at that time that on November 14th, 2022, my husband made a mistake. He inadvertently hit decline when he went to pick out his benefits. He only had to pick life insurance and health insurance. We did not know this error occurred until February 10th. At that point, we were told, we were told that they would reach out to New York Life and see what they could do. On February 13th, they reached out, Deschutes County reached out to New York Life and was told, can we make up the 2 premiums he missed? And can we reactivate him as of 1/1/23? Within 3 hours, they got an answer, yes. Please update your records and take out the missing premiums. All the emails that I received from Deschutes County was, this is not in our hands. This is all up to New York Life. And New York Life said, if an employee affirmatively declines their life insurance or affirmatively declines, the only way to get it back is to start at the beginning at $20,000 and also have a medical examination. Then we were also told that, and we did not know this then, that in July of 2019, when he was hired, he opted for the $100,000 life insurance policy. Who wouldn't do that at 58 years old? And he did. And then we found out on February 10th, 2022, that he did not elect that. What I'd like is for everybody to actually read the emails that went on, and please do justice in John McCoy's name. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And are there any raised hands, Stephen, for today? Is there anyone else in the audience that cares to? Oh, do you have a blue sheet? Thank you.
My name is Jeff Hubley, PO Box 141 Terrebonne. I would like to speak on the RV proposal, and I know that this isn't the exact right time to do.
Yeah, you have to wait till later because we do have a public hearing. And are you not available then?
I'm not available then.
Can you leave written comments with us then?
If I could email it now.
You can email it.
potentially closed at 4 p.m. yesterday.
Well,
Or so I thought. Should
it
I
clo-
just email a written comment then?
why don't you email your written comments?
Okay.
You didn't write anything down then to give us at this moment. I mean, if you have a copy,
I
we,
have an electronic copy.
okay. I was going to say we could print it out ourselves, but okay. You'll email it.
Please forward it to us.
Thank you so much.
Like to voice support.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any other raised hands? Okay, I do actually want to recognize National Nurses Week. Monday marked the first week of National Nurses Week, which recognizes and celebrates the nursing profession every year from May 6th to May 12th. Here at Deschutes County, we are lucky to have an amazing group of nurses who do invaluable work for us, from reproductive health, immunizations, and support for new moms and babies to communicable disease investigation, behavioral health and outreach, and fieldwork and community partner training. They play a vital role in ensuring the health and well-being of our community. We want to honor them, celebrate them, and thank them for their dedication and hard work. So I hope that they get that message. I did hear it on the radio this morning, and it's not just a day, it's the entire week. So
National Nurses Week.
yes, that is,
Special thank you. Yes.
yes, definitely.
Great short video clips featuring some of our nurses at Deschutes County is now out on the web.
Great. With that, no other raised hands? Thank you, Steve. Okay, let's then go to our consent items agenda.
Approval of the consent agenda.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Mr. Bone,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So we're now to item number 3, cannabis and the presentation. And it's a kind of interesting. Last night, I was actually sitting next to someone who sells life insurance. And one of her comments was that she has to ask people now if they smoke marijuana. So, on a lot, you know, it's part of the application now for life insurance.
Last night was spotlighting homelessness. So supportive of Bethlehem Inn and all the great work they do.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Jessica Jacks. I am the Prevention Program Manager, and I'm going to let Sam and Ann introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Ann Litton. I'm a psychiatrist, addiction in general here for the county.
Thank you.
I'm Sam Murray. I'm a psychiatrist and the medical director for Deschutes County Behavioral Health.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have a presentation to share with you, really focused largely on medical findings with regard to cannabis use and an emphasis on adolescents. And I'm here as your prevention expertise, and we'll chime in on some efforts that we have locally. But we're going to start off with Ann. And I think, actually, we didn't talk about this, so we want to do, I mean, we definitely want this to be a dialogue, or we want some questions. So we do that at the end or during?
I think at the end or
Okay.
during.
Either way.
Okay. Thank you for being so flexible. I'm just so appreciative that you're here this morning, because we did send out a press release, and I do believe the community needs to know what is happening, and especially for our youth. So thank you for coming.
Okay.
Go there?
Right, there we
Okay,
go.
great. We'll just go like this, huh? All right. Anyways, as I said, I'm an addiction psychiatrist. And so I just wanted to give you a quick overview about cannabis use. And it's the third most commonly used psychoactive substance worldwide after alcohol and tobacco. And the interesting thing is, between 2015, 8.9% Americans aged 12 and older used cannabis. Then in 2021, it was 65.2 million Americans, 27.1%, and that's a 205% increase. So it's really gone up. Just the basics of cannabis. You guys have this handout, right, that you can look
Yes.
at? Okay, great. Basically, cannabis plant has 104 different cannabinoids, which are the active chemicals in cannabis. The main ones that you hear about are THC and CBD. Those are the ones that are being studied, and that's the ones that you see mainly in marijuana that you see in the community. THC is the one that is psychoactive, and it acts, and this is a quick brain chemistry thing. It acts on the CB1 and CB2 receptors. It's an agonist, which means that it makes those receptors do what they're supposed to do, whereas CBD is a CB1 and CB2 antagonist, so it kind of blocks the effect at those receptors. Again, THC is the most psychoactive. It has been used medically. You'll hear about people that have AIDS or people that have chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting and weight loss. It can help with that. And so there are some prescriptions. You've probably heard of Marinol or Sesamet. Those are prescriptions that we give to those type of patients for those conditions. CBD is not psychoactive. It has other mechanisms of action. Basically has been used in an anti-inflammatory and to address childhood seizure disorder. Epidiolex is the name of the medication that they use for that childhood seizure disorder. They also use it in Canada for pain and muscle stiffness associated with MS, and that's called Sativex, which is basically a 1-to-1 THC to CBD combination.
Yes.
Yeah.
So cannabis has been a Schedule I drug in the
Yes.
for a long time. How complete is our research on medical uses of cannabis with that scheduling? I mean, my understanding was that scheduling is really prohibitive of doing medical research. So
It is. And in fact, you've probably, as you know, they're looking at changing it to a Schedule III so that they can do more research on it. So, right, it has, the research they've done is with pharmaceutical grade THC, not with what you can buy at the stores.
or is
It-
is there research from other countries because they have less restrictions on research?
There is, but I think, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if you know that. I don't know.
I mean, I would say the research is incomplete.
Yeah, it's in,
Based on that.
Yeah.
There are other countries that have, like population databases will do more like real life studies where they review like crossing, people who were in emergency departments and had cannabis in their system and then cross-reference it through like mathematical algorithms to pull data. But there's like, as far as like what we in the United States think of as like pharmaceutical grade research, I would say probably not complete here.
it's not. And that's part of why they want to lower the scheduling so they can do more research.
Excuse me, does someone in the room have a dog out there that's barking? No. Okay, just thought I would check in case somebody brought their puppy.
Too. Anyways, this is just brain. I know people like to look at the brain. So this is a brain imaging study of where CB1 receptor locations are. Again, this is where THC acts. And the main things that I want to point out are the memory, the reward, and the judgment parts of the brain, because that's a lot of what we're seeing in people that use cannabis is how it affects there. And the reward pathway, cannabis is addictive. I know some people have said it's not addictive. It very much is, and it does activate that reward pathway. Interesting data, and this is part of what Sam was talking about, that the potency of cannabis is increasing dramatically over the years. And if you, the beginning in between 1975 and 2017, there was some research done looking at cannabis from USA, UK, Netherlands, France, Denmark, Italy, and New Zealand. Basically, that THC concentrations in the flower, which is the smokable cannabis, has increased by about 12%. And THC concentration for THC resin, which is oftentimes what's seen in the edibles, is increased 24%. And then between 2013 and 2018 in the USA, I'm going to show you this next graph. You can see that top line, the green line, that is the concentrated cannabis, and that has increased about 35%. Whereas the THC, the orange line, That is the smokable cannabis, and that has increased that has increased 35%. The other one is 22%. But it's just incredible when you look based from 1995 to 2018. Cannabis use effects on the brain and mental state of people, neurocognitive symptoms. There is a relationship between cognitive impairment with regular cannabis use. What they found is that cognitive impairment usually resolves in adults when they stop using, oftentimes 30 days after they stop using, but the data for adolescents is uncertain. And then the other thing that I'll talk about are the mood and anxiety symptoms. Cannabis can mimic depression. It can mimic anxiety disorders. It can also make bipolar disorder worse, and it can cause acute anxiety, including panic attacks when people are using. And Dr. Murray will talk more about psychosis and cannabis since that's his expertise. Cannabis use disorder, basically that is a disease in the DSM-5, which is our Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. 9 to 10% of people who use cannabis develop the use disorder. It's about the same with alcohol. But the interesting thing is the risk increases to 17% in those who start using in adolescence. It increases to 25 to 50% in daily users. And many of those daily users start using as an adolescent. Cannabis use use disorder may be associated with, again, cognitive impairment, poor school or work performance, and psychiatric comorbidities such as mood disorders and psychosis. And the most important thing here is that most of these use disorders develop after several years of use with at least weekly use, increased frequency of cannabis use, and use of more potent cannabis products. So it's really becoming more of a problem because the potency of cannabis has increased so much over the years. Basically, what is cannabis use disorder? This is just the DSM-5, how we diagnose it. But I just like to look at it, in the four, let's take that back. Hello. Anyways, basically the four, you guys have the slide. The four categories are like impaired control, which is basically that people lose control of their ability to how much they're using. They use it longer than they anticipate. They're unable to cut down on their use. They have cravings and they spend a lot of time using. The other is risky use, which is hazardous use like driving or using in spite of physical or psychological problems. Social impairment as a result of use is when they fail their roles at work, school, or home. Use in spite of problems with your interpersonal relationships. And then decreased activities as a result of your use, or the result of recovering, like if you have a cannabis hangover or something like that. And then finally, the pharmacological criteria, if you would have tolerance or withdrawal. So basically, to meet the criteria for cannabis use disorder, you only have to have 2 of those present in the last year. And then there's mild, moderate, and severe, depending on how many of those criteria are present. And then one thing I wanted to just briefly touch on is cannabis withdrawal, because cannabis withdrawal can mimic many psychiatric illnesses. Basically, it means you have distress after using cannabis. It usually takes place anywhere from 2 days to 3 weeks after you stop using. And the symptoms you can have are irritability, anxiety, sleep problems, decreased appetite, weight loss, depression, restlessness. And then you also need to have some of the physical signs, which are abdominal pain, sweating, tremors, fever, chills, or headache. So it's real. People seem to think cannabis is harmless. And, if you use a lot and then stop, you're not going to have any problems. But people do have significant withdrawal. And I have many patients who have underlying mood disorders, depression, and they try and stop using and their depression gets worse. And so it's always a balancing act to try and tell them to, it's probably not good for you to use, but we probably need to taper you off of your cannabis so that your depression doesn't get worse. Now for Dr. Murray.
Cool. I'm Sam Murray. In my clinical role at the county, about half of my clinical time's in our ESA program, which is a program specifically directed at young people, generally 15 to 25, in their first episode of psychosis or at high risk of having a psychotic episode. So I see a lot of teens and young adults with a lot of cannabis use that really is impacting their mental health. Thanks. So there's a really clear, there's a lot of evidence for a long time, really clear evidence since about the 90s that people who chronically use cannabis products are at increased risk of becoming psychotic or developing schizophrenia. There's a little bit of like chicken and the egg, and there's some other like polygenic connections between the two that makes it a little bit complicated. Next, please. But there's become quite clear evidence that these bullet pointed items specifically and independently really increase the risk of earlier onset of schizophrenia and psychosis in cannabis users. High potency THC products, especially over the last several years with waxes and vapes, all of that increases the risk. Age of first cannabis use, there's some evidence that really like anything before the age of 15 is elevated even higher than other early use. Years of cannabis use, and then daily cannabis use, all independent of each other. There's also a connection between age of first use is associated with the other three. So the earlier a person uses, the more likely they are to use daily, the more years they will accumulate, and the more likely they are to use a high potency product. There is big genome studies where they pull like polygenic risk for lots of mental health, other disorders. And there's good data that shows that people who are genetically predisposed to be at risk of developing schizophrenia are also genetically predisposed to use cannabis and to develop cannabis use disorder. And that there's really some interesting ideas and opinions about that. Like, does the development of schizophrenia drive a person to use something like cannabis? Does the development of schizophrenia reduce a person's ability to control impulses, therefore making them higher risk to do things like use cannabis when they're young? But none of that is clear, just a lot of kind of cool ideas. And then THC alone can induce symptoms that are almost identical to schizophrenia. And schizophrenia is kind of split into positive symptoms, negative symptoms, and cognitive symptoms. And when general people in the public think of schizophrenia, we often think about the positive symptoms, which is seeing or hearing things that other people don't, or having strange ideas. Cannabis can induce that. It also can induce what's called negative symptoms, which is almost like the withdrawal of things from normal life, like less emotion, less social interaction, less interest in things. It can look a lot like depression. They did a study where they used pharmaceutical grade infused THC in different doses, and pretty clearly showed that they could induce all of those in a dose dependent way with THC. Next slide. The ESA program. So I'm the psychiatrist for our local ESA program. I talked a little bit about it earlier. So we are state funded to treat people in their first episode of psychosis, typically teens to mid 20s, and people who are referred to our program generally get a full behavioral health assessment and a full psychiatric assessment. We spend a lot of time thinking about like why a person has become psychotic. And I would say one of the most difficult parts about that job is differentiating between a person who we think is developing schizophrenia and a person who has developed a schizophrenia-like syndrome related to cannabis use that will resolve if we remove cannabis for some amount of time. And
Do we have any idea how long of amount of time is Dr. Murray? Is it a wide range?
you're like predicting what I'm about to say.
Oh.
I was gonna say anecdotally, in my experience, so I've been in first episode specific work here and in other states, other clinics since about 2018. I would say the typical cannabis-induced psychosis resolves in a matter of days to weeks. I'd say that in my experience, that's what I see. I've had a handful of cases that have gone on for months and then have fully resolved, followed the patient, for a year, 2 years after without any recurrence of psychotic symptoms, without being on antipsychotic medications. That's just what I've seen. I don't have any good data to really say, what is the exact time that you can differentiate that. It's a real challenge.
I just was wondering, where did you go to medical school? And the reason why I'd asked for this presentation to be done is because I'd heard about 6 youth in Crook County that had the psychotic disorder, and they were, when the message was shared with me, they said that they were really scared. They didn't know what was going to happen, if they were going to actually be able to regain their mental faculties.
I went to medical school at Creighton, which is in Omaha, Nebraska, and I did my general psychiatry training at UC Davis in Sacramento, where they have like a large research-funded first episode psychosis program, and that's where I got interested in this work. I would say the emergency departments probably see a lot of this, and it is horribly scary for families and an individual experiencing psychosis. It's really complicated to separate out what is the reason. And that's why we have an ESA program here. California has their own first episode system, and all of them follow a general rule, is that we try to follow people for 2 years. And part of the reason we do 2 years is there's some good evidence that early intervention in that early phase for 2 years provides life, or at least up to 15 years of improved outcomes. But also sometimes it takes 2 years to figure out what's going on. It is an incredibly challenging diagnosis to make in a teenager or a young adult.
Can I ask a basic ESA question?
Yeah.
So, as young people are referred to you or come into the program, what typically is what has happened that kind of nominates them to the program or gets them plugged in?
ESA is a open door program. I would say, a person could go to the statewide ESA website, do a screener on there. If it pings them as positive, it alerts the ESA person in that county, and there's outreach to them to try to contact them. So that's one pathway in. I'd say the most common pathway in is through somebody has an acute episode of psychosis, ends up in an emergency department, here in Bend, out in Prineville, somewhere. And either the hospital system refers them to us, or a family member hears of us through that process and refers them to us. We also get referrals often internally from other services within the county. So we might have a young person who's in one of our other programs being treated for depression or anxiety, and then they start to develop symptoms that look like they could be schizophrenia. So some problems with reality testing, maybe some vague transient hallucinations, and then that provider would refer them in. We also take referrals from several community partners, private practice therapists, some of it, the larger therapy clinics refer to us all the time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. So in the program, we are focused on potential causes of psychosis, and we are very specifically trying to rule in or out schizophrenia or a psychotic episode related to a mood disorder, like bipolar disorder usually. And along that pathway, we think about drugs, substances, medical conditions, and any other thing that could have potentially caused the episode. And then we have an intensive meeting, we are very proactive in engaging people and being involved in their lives. We have an intensive interdisciplinary, we've got OT, peers, substance use counselors, therapists, psychiatrists, nursing, and we get together every week and talk about our cases. And when someone is new into the program, we have individual meetings to just really go through the nuts and bolts of everything we're seeing to figure out as quickly as we can what we think is going on. And then we have to be very agile as things change. Next slide. When it comes to cannabis, when I talk to, I might have mistyped and said parents and families. I meant to say patients and families. When I talk to folks that I see about cannabis use, one, I try my best to be realistic. I understand that cannabis is like all over in our community, that a lot of people use it, and don't have problems. And that's often where families, patients are coming from. Is like, that's what they've seen. They've seen a lot of media about cannabis. There's a lot of like urban myth about cannabis. So I kind of try to start by putting myself in their shoes and understanding why somebody would use something like cannabis. And then I talk to them about the THC. I talk to especially if there is families where there's cannabis in the culture, where you might have a multi-generational use of a home with multi-generations in it, where all of them use cannabis. And then you've got a 17-year-old who's becoming really psychotic, but everyone around them is smoking cannabis and not getting psychotic. Right. So talk to them about how THC might be different these days, how different people's brains develop different ways. And while the brain's developing with high potency THC, there's increased risk. I talk to them about avoiding or limiting cannabis use or reducing THC potency, especially before 20, if they're younger than 25 years old. If someone's become psychotic on cannabis, I talk to them about avoiding high potency products for life, regardless of age. I talk to all of my folks that use cannabis about avoiding daily use. And then I talk to them about being honest with themselves about why they're using it. Like, is it that they're stuck in a cycle, like Dr. Linton said, where they've been using it for so long and now they stop and they go into withdrawal and they say, oh, I'm really anxious and depressed. So now they're using it to avoid the withdrawal symptoms. Is this someone who's got other mental health symptoms or trauma that they're trying to avoid thinking about? So they're using cannabis to change the way that they're thinking about what's going on in their head. And then I talk to people about being honest and open with themselves about how it's impacting their mental health, which I enjoy these conversations, but they can be really, really challenging with some folks. That's all I got.
That brings us into prevention. Thank you. So I just want to paint the picture when I'm speaking about prevention. I'm thinking largely population health. So we've just been really speaking about what happens in the therapeutic environment, and prevention is not in the one-on-one therapeutic environment, but it's largely what are things that we can do in our community, in our schools, in our home that can prevent cannabis use disorder and drug use in adults.
Oh, Jessica, I'd just like to ask Dr. Litton, did you want to share where you went to medical school with us too? I just was wondering, you said you've been in this field for quite a while.
I went to Case Western Reserve in Cleveland, and then I trained at the Cleveland Clinic.
Oh,
And I did emergency medicine before I did psychiatry, so I've seen it from both sides.
both sides of it. Yes. Thank you so much. Thanks. And Cleveland Clinic. Excellent.
So I'm going to start off by grounding us in what things look like in Deschutes County amongst our adolescents. This is data from 2022, and it gives us a perspective of the substances that are used by our 11th or reported being used by our 11th graders in the past 30 days. So the survey question essentially asks what have you used in the past 30 days? So it's not, so it's more along the lines of giving us a presentation and use on that level. So in this chart is titled marijuana because that's the term kids use, and this is how the survey was designed. But that second set of bars shows us that 18.6% of Deschutes County 11th graders reported marijuana use in the past 30 days, and compared to Oregon in the orange bar chart at 12%. And
so that's almost, yeah, it's huge. definitely we're dealing with, what is it? Almost 20 out of 100 kids are using marijuana then. And that was in 22. So when will the next survey be coming out? In 24 this year?
Before results should be released sometime this fall
Okay.
to see those. And we know from this same survey set that our youth begin using at 14 years of age or younger. Their perception of risk of cannabis use is fairly low, and their access they report as easy. It's easy to get it, and those sources are friends and from home. I always like to want to underscore the positive here, the hope side. I said to Ann and Sam that we want to balance concern with hope, and the hopeful aspect here is that most of our youth don't use cannabis. So want to just emphasize that. So what works in cannabis use prevention? This is the model that you're looking at in this image is a nationwide model that we've adapted to our own local flavor for preventing adolescent drug use. So it's while it's focused on drug prevention, you really can use the same approach for any risky behavior or behavior that you're trying to emphasize and work with. So consider cell phone use, screen time, bike helmet wearing, and so forth. So it's not just restricted to how we think about drug prevention. Each circle, excuse me, I was at a cheering for a volleyball game last night, and I think it's compromised my voice this morning. Each circle in this model represents a unique strategic approach, and it's really this constellation that we're emphasizing. So I'm going to highlight this just a little bit further by underscoring that the strategy circles in blue are individual strategies. So those things that we know are going to impact the individual directly. So this is largely our education, our communications. We might have public service announcements, newsletters, the things that we see in our community that are giving us information about a topic. It's also including educational classes for skill building and supports like mentoring, as well as alternative activities. All of those extracurricular activities that we have for our kids in our community fall in this category. Our yellow circled strategies are efforts that we call environmental, because they are more likely to address the environment that influences a youth. So this really is the gold standard for prevention, because the environmental strategies bring with them sustainable, long-lasting change. So we really are looking at how can we implement this work in collaboration with our individual strategies. At the center of this, circled in red, is an emphasis on policy. So policy can be big P policy, like laws that we have in the state of Oregon around cannabis use that give us the minimum age and how the product is marketed. And then there's the smaller P policy, those things that our prevention team works on, which is protocols in schools. And we can also even consider policy or rules that we might have at home. So you can think about this strategic approach in your home environment as well. And I will talk about that in a moment.
Jessica, what do you do? Just what Sam had said, when the whole family is using marijuana, in the home, and yet this 17-year-old is having a terrible reaction to it. How do you change that?
Yeah, well, I'd love to employ the entire panel here. on that. What I was going to speak to in a moment is really around setting rules and agreements in your home. And to consider, what your own adult behavior is role modeling to your child. So I think that's pretty significant and is more complicated when there is large use in the home. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
I take that exact approach with the families I work with, and it's a conversation about change, and it's a conversation about taking a real look at risk. And sometimes it's about what a family is willing to change about their own behavior to address a potential bad health outcome for someone else in the family. Probably not much different than families that have young people diagnosed with, terrible medical conditions that the whole family might have to adjust diet or what activities they're able to do around. It's a big conversation. It often takes time, but in my experience, I've only run into a handful of families that weren't open to making some change around it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Murray.
So I also just want to emphasize with this framework that it's really important that we look at all of these strategy approaches together. That gives us the comprehensive approach. We really can't have a policy if we're not enforcing it. We can't give education if we're not building skills to how to use that education. So it really is this constellation of effort that we're looking for. And so I just gonna briefly touch on prevention in Deschutes County. We really do prescribe to this model that we're looking at a comprehensive approach to our community prevention efforts, whether it's cannabis focused or otherwise. We consider this, so you can see this in our suicide prevention efforts as well. This is a collage of logos, and I just want to emphasize that we are doing work in all of these areas, and I'm really proud of the work that our team does. It requires us to be data analysts, policy analysts, graphic designers, content developers, etc. I did want to point out these three logos that I just put up are focused on curricula in school that is known to produce effective drug prevention. And that's significant in my mind, as we've heard recently through the analysis in the Lund report that indicated drug prevention education across Oregon schools is subpar. And I am happy to indicate that we have some progress in Deschutes County in this area. And you've helped with that because this has come through our Healthy Schools program. And then lastly, just underscoring that we do have a lot of education efforts, some communications that we get out to the community. Moving on to what parents can do. Yes.
If I could just ask, I mean,
Sure.
It's really hard to measure something that didn't happen, and that's the struggle of prevention work, but I mean, can you talk us through a little bit, why we are doing these things, what suggests to us that these are effective approaches to prevention, and what did we learn from who or from where that is suggesting that we do these things, or is it self-taught from our local experience?
There is some good science behind the way we approach prevention. So that framework that I shared with the circles really do indicate that we need to work on all pieces in order to create change and emphasize behavior that we want to see. So when we think, I think about why an adolescent might use cannabis or any drug, it's largely not because they know it's harmful. I think most of our drug using population knows there's harm. Substance use starting in adolescence is often a result of some external pressures. Our students, if they were here today, would say it's stress, anxiety, their family uses. So when we think about how we're going to prevent and support an adolescent in not using, we have to think about the environment in which they're living. So that gives us, access to schools. That gives, for prevention, we're looking at what systems can we influence. And so it's really our school system that we have some strong partnerships there, and some encouragement for parents to do some supportive work in the home based on their values and working with their adolescents. So it's there is a lot of information. I mean, you're asking a really great question, and I would like the rest of today to explain.
And, I have observed many prevention presentations, so I don't I know it's a very you could give a very, very in-depth multi-hour or multi-day response, but I was just hoping, in the context of this presentation today, that just explain why these are the prevention measures that we are pursuing, and that was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so what parents can do, I just want to underscore that one of the most powerful things that parents can do to prevent their kids from using drugs is to talk with them early and often. And you can focus that conversation really around, this has seeds into the framework that I just spoke to, but focus that conversation on the values that you have in your home, and make sure that your child knows what your values are. And I'd actually wish that I had said agreements instead of rules, but really set agreements within your family around substances. That is one of the most protective factors that we know of for supporting young people, preventing risky behavior. Again, I spoke earlier about consider what your home environment looks like. Is there cannabis, alcohol, visually present? What kind of message is that sending? Is it accessible? So consider those things, as well as what your own behavior is and how that might be role modeling. Our adolescents will mimic our behavior, whether it's healthy or unhealthy. So we want to take that into consideration.
Well, you hope they mimic the healthy ones, right?
We want, yes.
That's the hope.
Yes. So keeping ourselves informed and connecting to other parents. I am a parent, and my son is graduating this year, and it's exciting and it's hard. And so it's nice to have some other parents to connect with and support you in that process. We have a plethora of great resources on the sharedfuturecoalition.org website. If you click on the parent tab, there's a really great handout about how to have that dialogue with your parent, within your family, with your kids, some of the things that might come up, and how to address them. If you get the, blank look and no response, or if you get, well, it's it's a plant, it's natural. Isn't that better than using alcohol? I mean, there are a variety of things that we'll be faced with as parents in engaging in that conversation. And there's some great resources on that website. So I encourage everyone to go there.
I mean, Jessica, when you look at it in Deschutes County, there's really hardly a difference between the kids that are using alcohol and the kids that are using marijuana. It's only like four people difference. I mean, I'm really, that's part of why we have you here today.
So some key takeaways I will share here, but would love to entertain any more discussion. Really just underscoring that, and kind of to your point earlier, Commissioner Chang, that cannabis is different and it's outpacing our understanding of risks and impacts. So we are here to acknowledge that and understand that there's more information there's information that we know and there's information that we don't know. Youth who use marijuana before the age of 18 are 4 to 7 times more likely to develop cannabis use disorder later in life. And this is largely in part due to brain development. So we can, this applies to any substance. Maybe the magnitude is different, but that substance does alter the developing brain. Frequent marijuana use between ages of 14 to 21 is associated with lower high school completion and college graduation, subsequent lower income at age 25, and lower levels of relationship and life satisfaction. We have seen recent studies associating higher rates of depression and suicide, especially amongst youth. And we've talked about psychosis today and the impact that cannabis has on that. And so lastly, just wanting to underscore that there is hope. There are some things that we can do and in our home. And if we think about the adolescents that we are coming into contact with, so stay informed, connect with your kids. And thanks for having us. Anything that you all want to add?
One thing that I wanted to share is that the youth who develop cannabis use disorder, they're also more likely in later life to develop other substance use disorders. So it is a gateway drug. I know they said that back in the 70s and it still is. Yes.
Well, the first bullet point, being more potent. I know that, the industry, it seems like more is going to be better, but understanding moderation, and not that I'm advocating for, but understanding what you're even getting into, because the potency could be, unknown, and then all of a sudden real bad things could be happening. So it's interesting to hear, aiming for more in this situation can be very detrimental, very detrimental. And then, these are great bullet points for any community members and family members at this point. Developing brain is very important. Life can be a long journey, and if it gets off track early, that can really be complicated in our community.
But Dr. Murray, when we're talking about the developing brain going up to like 25, maybe even older, 28, because cannabis is legal at 21, shouldn't it come with a big warning?
I think there should be a warning. There's, yes.
Warning.
Some states do,
Yeah.
each state does their own thing. Some states put warning labels or package it in certain ways to help communicate the risk.
And I know the American Academy of Addiction Psychiatry has, I don't know if you guys got the handout, but I'll get it to you. Recommendation.
I did get that, I
You did
believe.
get that. And so they are recommending to some states.
Yeah,
to
that
legalize
was
it, but
part-
it should be the age of 25.
Yeah.
Because of the developing brain.
Right. That was this handout. Yes. Thank you so much for that. Actually, County Legal shared with us a story. Someone in Deschutes County was using gummy bears that were loaded with THC. I believe they were in their 50s, and they ate so many of them, they did permanent damage. I mean, you have to be so careful.
But a lot of the edibles that are sold, they come where they're like, you're supposed to score them and you're only supposed to eat a little bit. And it's like, the reality is you eat a gummy bear, it tastes good, you're gonna eat more. You know, and so that's where a lot of times they'll see intoxication from too much THC.
Yes.
Good. Well, so acknowledging proposed model state cannabis laws to reduce harms, published December of 2019. So we're going into a legislative session, and if it becomes a community discussion, maybe there is other action that we can be taking. Just the warning labels and education, and that's state legislative discussions that we can be having.
Okay. Are there any other questions? No. Thank you so very much for joining us today. And for the community, you can always watch this presentation online at a later time. And if you have any questions, please reach out to Deschutes County Behavioral Health. I remember Dr. Will Berry when I first met him in 2019, and he said, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I went to medical school," and he goes, "I think every day I'm dealing with marijuana issues." So that's what Dr. Berry said, and I'm so appreciative that you both are here today. So thank you for being with the county.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Let's go to item number 4, the Workforce Housing Program for Median Income Earners, the Home Fund.
Leaving you up here by yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, if you would all please introduce yourselves too for the record. Thank you so much.
Scott
Yes.
Cooper, Executive Director of Neighbor Impact.
Morgan Greenwood, Vice President of Government Affairs, Central Oregon Builders Association.
Sherry Helt, local business owner.
Karna Gustafson, attorney for Central Oregon Builders Association.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us today. It's been a little bit of a journey getting here, and looking forward to the presentation and how we can get this thing to move forward.
Thank you. We want to start out by thanking you, Commissioner Adair, Commissioner DeBonne, and Commissioner Chang. And Nick, of course, we couldn't not thank you, and Brenda, and thank you to all the staff that has worked on this. I think we started on this process last February. And so we know that you have prioritized this as a target that you could influence, and we really appreciate all the work that you have done behind the scenes. I know these meetings seem short and succinct, but we know that you've put a lot of effort in. So thank you. We wanted to start out today. Do you want to hit this? By talking about the problem. The problem was identified by a 2020 Oregon Housing and Community Service Regional Housing Needs Analysis, and it states that Deschutes County needs 11,412 workforce homes by 2040. That's a lot of homes, and we currently don't have very many at all in that in the price range that is needed. When we started this process in February of last year, we didn't have any homes in the county in that price range at all. So we've made a little bit of movement in the right direction, but not nearly enough to get to 11,000. And so this study is identifying the missing middle. And the missing middle is particularly a clinical designation. And it always leaves me to think, what does missing middle mean? What is it missing? And what's really missing is opportunity. The opportunity for our workforce to own their own home. That's what's missing. And that's why we have a passionate group of folks that have tried to come up with at least one solution to help this problem. The other thing that's missing is funding. All of the funding that's currently put into housing by the state and the federal government, all goes to under 80% of AMI, which completely leaves out our workforce. If your family is working 2 jobs and you're working hard to get ahead, there's no way to find a home. And so we need some funding to be designated for this area. So when you ask yourself, what is the area we're talking about? It's families with households that make $71,000 to $107,000 a year. The the home price range would be $315,000 to $473,000. And so what we have done is we had a group of folks that came together. Do you want to switch to the other slide? That worked really diligently to bring their expertise, knowledge, passion for our community and our workforce to help bring at least one possible solution. This is probably going to require a quilt of solutions, but this is just one patch on a large quilt that we would like to propose to all of you. And when we talk about workforce, I want to just give a shout out to who we're talking about. We're talking about teachers. It's also Teacher Appreciation Week this week. So
Along with the nurses.
Yep. And thank you to our teachers and our nurses. And our nurses also, and medical staff, our fire and our law enforcement. Those are the folks, as well as hospitality. Those are the folks that we're talking about. So this program provides a $30,000 developer incentive to people who submit an application committing to build a home in this affordable price range that we have stated. It records a deed restriction, and it allows, and Neighbor Impact will verify that the income range is met. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Morgan to talk to you a bit about the changes that have happened over the time that we have been speaking on this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. As Sherry indicated, this has been a long and evolving process. And so I wanted to highlight a few of the crucial changes that have occurred throughout this program. This was a result of a lot of hole poking by all of the members of our project team, going out and soliciting feedback from both the development community and also from our affordable housing providers as well. So 3 pretty crucial changes to identify. The first is that in the previous iteration of this proposal, the deed restriction was recorded at the time of sale. And that was also the time at which the developer incentive was transferred from an escrow account to the developer. We recognize that this actually presented some problems in terms of just what can occur between the time that a developer pulls a building permit and the time that a house actually goes on the market. So in order to close that gap, we determined that it would be most appropriate to record the deed restriction for the developer to record the deed restriction on the lot itself before building permits were pulled. At that time, that would also result in developer incentives being provided at that time because the deed restriction is in place, and then the developer has the opportunity to utilize that incentive on that home. The second item is that
Can
in
I
our
just ask,
oh yes,
pragmatically speaking, how many months difference is that? You know, how many months earlier?
between the time of
Yeah.
building permit and the time a home
Yeah.
goes on the market. Conditions can vary, of course, but I would say conditions jurisdiction by jurisdiction. But I would say on average, it's reasonable to assume 3 to 4 months. The second item is that we had previously characterized the program as Neighbor Impact themselves going out to solicit potential home buyers and then maintaining that list of qualified buyers in perpetuity. We realized that that was going to be a significant administrative burden on Neighbor Impact, and indeed it might actually stifle the buyer opportunity to access the home. So in this has been clarified to determine that it will be the developer themselves or their real estate agent who identifies a potential home buyer and is then referred to Neighbor Impact for that employment and income qualification. And finally, we had also talked about the ability, should the either the developer or the future home buyer be in default of the deed restriction, for them to essentially buy their way out of the deed restriction. After talking this through, we realized that this defeats the entire purpose of this program. The goal is to ensure that we have workforce housing for at least 30 years, as determined by that deed restriction. So we have determined that in the event of default, the deed restriction will not be removed. The deed restriction cannot be removed until it expires. To that end, the deed restriction also cannot be renewed, but at 30 years, at no point before 30 years can that deed restriction be removed from the property. Speaking of default, I want to transition now to Karna. She helped us clarify and craft our revised deed restriction. And so she can go into that default section in greater detail here.
Thank you, commissioners. Did Scott have any comments on the neighbor impact before I go? No. Okay. I will, Karna Gustafson, I've been an attorney for 30 years in the real estate practice area. I've worked with firms and I've worked with COBA since 2016. I am all for market forces. I will tell you, I am definitely a market person. I've worked with builders and developers for a really long time. However, our market is not performing at this level. The costs are too high. The labor is too expensive. The land costs too much. So really the only way to get this middle market housing built is some sort of incentive, some sort of subsidy to go in there. And so I did get involved in this a little later. They've been doing a lot of work. You all have done a lot of work on this and staff has spent a lot of time on it. My job was to write the deed restriction to make sure that this house stays into this price range and into the market we're trying to evolve. Making sure that the person is employed in Deschutes County, that they make between 80 and 120 of AMI, and that the house is sold at the right price range. A neighbor impact is involved in qualifying this buyer, not only in the initial sale, but upon resale. So at that resale, neighbor impact is involved to making sure that qualified buyer. And the reason, one of the things we identified with not keeping a list is because that buyer would have to keep getting requalified. So there's a process, there's, income verification, make sure that they work in Deschutes County, all of those types of things. So instead, we want to make sure that that buyer is qualified at the time of the sale so that we can make sure that it's the most current. So this deed restriction, it's long, it's lengthy, it has a lot of legalese in it. Partly because we're trying to protect the funding partner, we're trying to protect this market area. We talk about permitted transfers. We also talk about, as Morgan said, default. The default provision, and we've talked to a number of affordable housing providers that have similar types of programs, either incentives or land trusts, or they go and get SDCs waived by various different jurisdictions. And the enforcement at that point is you send reminders, you follow up with them, but if it's sold to somebody or they start making more, the idea isn't to make them sell the home. I mean, we're not going to go in there and foreclose the home and make them give up their home. We actually want them to make more money. We want them to actually be more contributing to society. We want them to pay taxes. We want them to make more money to build wealth. I mean, that's the whole idea of home ownership, is to build wealth in your home. But we do want to keep the home in that restriction. So if they do sell, there is an escalation clause where it can go up in value. So they do get some value if they sell, but then it goes back into that price range of a qualifying buyer. And there's a definition of the qualifying buyer. So there are ways to sue if that's what we want to do, if somebody does sell this fraudulently. And talking to First Story, it's never happened. They have 130 homes in the program of First Story. First Story has been around a long time. They've never had a fraudulent transfer. They've never had anybody fail to do what they're supposed to do. This deed restriction is, like I said, it's lengthy, it's serious. It's part of the deed. It's part of the title report that they receive at closing. Any future lender is going to see it and know that they have to qualify that person at that price range. So you have a lot of fail safes going into this to make sure that this is a continuing program. We want to make sure that that initial investment by the county or other funding partners, we are definitely trying to shop this to other funding partners. And we appreciate that the county is the first in on this program and that we're trying something a little new here. But I think you're making an extremely important step in something that's missing. I am happy to answer any questions. I did talk to Council Riley yesterday about different enforcement ideas and things. And we are open to, if there's changes that the commissioners think we need to make, we're open to having that discussion with you. We're looking for direction from you. If there's anything that you think, you know, you would like to see differently, we're happy to have that discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karna. Yes, I think our memo from our office said that this program, as initially presented, has materially changed to where it's now the county's responsibility to monitor and enforce violations for the duration of the 30-year deed restriction. It seems like it is up to the county or its designees to request any information or report that would require to demonstrate compliance. This material change seems to be quite significant to me, and I feel like we need to be back at the table, and we need to look at, we're spending public funds for this program, and our financial situation is definitely tightened up extremely. We were talking about doing $500,000, but we've been talking about this so long. And I know there's the need out there, but I just feel like, you know, I actually would personally feel more comfortable if we met again, with the county, and we perhaps reviewed what we were going to fund, let's say next year, because we're clearly not going to get anything done this year. And then because it's not sustainable, and then the following year, perhaps if we did 250,000 next year and then 250, but let's get some matching funds in there so that we can have sustainability. I feel like that makes the program have more success. I just worry that somebody is going to become more successful. They're going to keep this. I know the rule is that they have to live there, but oh no, let's say they break the rules, then they leave, they go live somewhere else and they rent it out. It's going to put a lot of onerous, as it currently is, on the county. I just feel like we need to do some more work on this. We need it. Okay, if we only did, we were talking about the $500,000 was only 30 homes. You know, I know we need more, but I feel like this is a bit of a pilot project. We're actually going out on a limb, but it's public funds, and I feel like we need to do it as carefully as possible, and to actually analyze what it is we're trying to accomplish and what it is going to be the responsibility of the county, because, you know, who's going to protect public funds. And the other thing is, with Habitat, their program actually has a second silent deed of trust on it, which is ensuring that equity is protected. I mean, I think there's some other options out there that we haven't considered as part of the team. And so, you know, I'm really worried about the material changing and the fact that we do have a different financial situation. I mean, we were told last year to be careful, but we wanted to do this. Well, now that we started a year ago in February, and now it's May of a year later, it shows you how complicated the issue is. But I don't believe we're there yet.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Adair. I believe Scott would like to make some comments, and then I'd like to follow up.
Oh, I would just say that we don't have the benefit of having seen your memo, but the way this would work is that
It was right here. It was public.
the annual verification would be done by Neighbor Impact by contacting the homeowner annually. That normally wouldn't produce anything to talk about. If we did find that someone had somehow evaded the deed restriction, maybe did a cash transaction or something on their own and gone around a title company, whatever, then we would come back to you and we would say, all right, what do you want to do about this? At that point, we would have to make a decision about whether to just let it ride, seek recovery, us sue them, you sue them, you pay either way, because nobody's going to commence a lawsuit on $20,000. But that would be a conversation we would have. I would not anticipate that we would have that much problem because the language is pretty clear, and I don't know what title company is going to go out there and just violate an obvious deed restriction. That hasn't been the case in other jurisdictions. So that's how it would work. I'm certainly of the opinion we should
it says a neighbor impact shall send owner yearly letters on compliance requirements. And then it says that they are going to agree to submit. But what if they don't submit? You
Then
know?
we follow up and we ask and we ask and we ask. It's not different than how we run the lending program or the septic program we run with you.
Council Riley, did you have a comment?
No, I did have a question, just because the documentation that we were sent, it said it was a letter outlining what the compliance requirements were, but are you actually proposing that they're going to fill out some type of declaration or verification, and that you are going to follow up to
We,
make sure
we
that-
do those already, certificate, just
Okay.
certification that you continue to occupy the house, and then we check that against the dial record.
And so those are going to be done annually?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't believe that that's memorialized in the documentation that was presented.
We're happy to change it. Happy to.
It says you're going to send the letter and it says they're going to submit, but it doesn't say any follow-up.
Okay, we're happy to make that change. Like I said, we're open to input. And I want to say that we did research other programs. What we're proposing, while there might have been a misunderstanding on enforcement, this is exactly how other programs work. Rooted Homes program works exactly like this. They don't go out and force somebody to sell or move because they didn't comply or they're not complying. I mean, all of these types of programs are public funds. There is all the subsidies that are provided for affordable housing or there is no middle income, but for affordable housing have these types of deed restrictions. This isn't anything new. We're not creating anything out of whole cloth. Yes, we're creating a new program for Deschutes County and we are applying it to middle income, but the type of program and the enforcement is the same. There's nothing short of foreclosing on them or suing them to make them comply. So that same problem affects the state funding, City of Bend's funding, Rooted Homes funding, First Stories funding. We patterned this after those programs. So Commissioner, with respect to your comments, I don't think we're out of line here. I think we're doing this. And yes, there is an enforcement piece. It's entirely optional, and that's the way I wrote the deed restriction on whether or not the county wants to do anything. So you don't have to spend any money if you don't want to on enforcement. We're already paying Neighbor Impact to do what they're doing. Short of that, I'm not sure much more enforcement we can do.
But who's actually in charge of this program then? That's where it seems like we've got all these groups, but whose baby is it, and what's going to happen when we're gone? Who's going to be following up, and how do we perpetuate this pilot?
So you're the funding partner. Neighbor Impact is the administrator, the enforcer, the party that they're going to interact with the buyers and subsequent buyers. So that's the party. Now, Housing Works is involved to the extent of providing the dollar amounts that the house can be sold for and the incomes, and we're complying with federal regulations on those types of things. So I think we're, with all due respect to the staff report, I think we've done what we should do, and I think we are in line, and we are happy to take input. We're happy to take input on, as Council Riley said, to add that additional sentence in there. Happy to do that.
Can I? Oh, I apologize.
Well, I'm actually going to ask you something. So when I read this staff memo, I had similar concerns about, how much work are we talking about signing the county up for? So I spoke with some other organizations that manage deed restrictions themselves. And I was fairly well assured that the likelihood of fraud or default is pretty low. And so if that is the point where, the county would have to do some work, if it's a low probability event, then I'm not that concerned about the potential workload that's being placed on the county with this. But I did want to ask county legal counsel for thoughts on that. I mean, is that in terms of our work responsibility? I mean, is that correct? Is that really the time when we would have to, the county would have to take significant action.
Potentially, one thing I did want to clarify based on what was stated today is that Neighbor Impact is going to be doing these verifications. I know under the MOU that was presented, I think your involvement was as long as funding, basically until funding is distributed or is fully committed, I think is the term that's utilized. And then the MOU expires. So are we going to be looking at doing an MOU for 30 years for the duration of the deed restriction to ensure that you're staying on board to do these income verifications and the follow through?
That was our understanding. Yes.
Okay, and that would be captured with just the initial $20,000. Okay.
Yeah. And there's additional funding beyond that, because every time we do an income verification, we're charging the client $400. So that's picking up the additional revenue that covers that on an ongoing basis for that piece. But that only occurs at resale after the initial tranche is done. The 20,000 covers that 30 years of being able to go through and do the verifications and the follow-ups and refer that to you and that sort of thing.
And Council Riley, that was in the last time that we met publicly, that was a concern. And so we came up with that solution together in that meeting, and we have communicated back that that was how it would be monitored, would be through Neighbor Impact to try and, circumvent any fraud that might happen. We're trying very hard to make this 100% foolproof, project, but I mean, we can only do what we can do. And so we're trying to focus on, making sure that we have all the legal documents, and Karna has written a wonderful document that we hope can be implemented in other parts of the state as well. But we cannot get other funders, Commissioner Adair, unless we have a program to fund it too. And so we do have to get this program launched in order to seek other funding as well, to try and make it more of a public partnership, which has always been our intention.
So the other story is, what if somebody comes in with the cash and the people with the house want to go move somewhere else and they sell it to somebody with cash, even though they're going to have a cloudy title? What are we going to do to that new owner that just paid cash?
Well, you could sue them for the $30,000 investment that was put into their home.
There's a lot of eventually enforcement, but as Commissioner Chang mentioned, and First Story has mentioned to us, the likelihood is very slim that this happens. And again, you can sue them if you want for the 30,000 plus interest back. If that's something you want to do, we can file a suit for injunction to, have the house sold back to an appropriate qualified buyer, if that's what we want to do. But again, the likelihood is very slim that would occur. But I guess, to be honest, it could happen. There could happen.
I mean, how many homes in Bend are cash sales in today's world? A lot.
Yeah, but with a cloudy title, that person can't not now resell. I mean, you'd have to have multiple fraudulent transfers over 30 years for that to happen. So when that person tried to resell, that deed restriction is still there, that they're not going to be able to go anywhere. I mean, how many times are we really saying that it could be fraudulently transferred that many times in a row? I don't think that's possible. I really think that, anytime somebody wants to come turn around and buy it, that person was willing to take the risk, but I don't see future purchasers willing to take that risk. So they've made a mistake now, and now they've paid more than they should have. And now they've risked $100,000 of cash that they shouldn't have. And that they're the ones stuck now.
I was actually going to ask about, I'm still trying to understand what the function of the annual income verification is, because
It's not an annual income verification, Commissioner Chang. It's an annual verification on the home, just to make sure that it's being used for its intended purpose.
so that
So
it's not
rented.
rented to somebody else.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang, it would serve two functions. First, to ensure that it is a primary residence of the original buyer, and then also to remind the home buyer resident of their obligation if they were to resell, that they are required to contact Housing Works or the Housing Authority to ensure that they can properly support a sale at the income level that the deed restriction requires.
Because without that, you'll remember that you had this deed restriction at the end of closing, and then you'll never remember it again unless you're reminded. So,
Right.
It's essentially another fail-safe to make sure that these people are very aware that they cannot go out into the regular market to sell their home, so that these homes are protected. These homes would be a $1,000 a year investment by the county to have our workforce be able to own their own homes and create opportunity. It's a very fiscally conservative subsidy. It is a subsidy, as Karna pointed out, but it is a place where the free market has taken out the opportunity for our workforce. And I know we all share the same wish that everyone in our community that works and serves in our community for us and can own their own home. And this is just one way that we're proposing a solution. Is it perfect? It's not perfect, but we're trying our very best to make it perfect and anticipate all the imperfections that are going to come at it.
And
Well,
builders,
I was really happy though today to read that I believe over $10 million is going to Sisters and Redmond for home ownership. Of course, that's not the middle, but Habitat, Rooted Homes, $10 million is significant investment for lower. But yeah, we're always talking about the middle, and nothing seems to really help the middle. So I realize it's critical.
To help them.
well, and I will tell you that we only have so many players in the affordable housing in Central Oregon. We need to encourage other builders to build these homes. We need other players. We need other people building them. There's only so many Rooted Homes, and there's only so much Habitat can do and First Story can do. We have to build 11,000 of these. We need other players. We need to encourage other builders. They can't do this on their own. They don't have, the costs are too outrageous right now. Maybe we'll have another recession. Hopefully we don't, but that's the only thing that's going to fix this.
I agree. And I would also say, initially I was skeptical that $30,000 was enough of an incentive. I mean, if this is a void right now in the middle range, just throwing $30,000 per unit at it, I just didn't think that would be enough to make something happen. But I spoke to Rooted Homes recently, and they said they actually have a deal, a project, teed up, and that could benefit from this. That's pretty much ready to go right now. So there is, this $30,000, can make a difference, and it can be, the first piece of creative funding opportunities, that we could get employers involved as well. There could be a lot of things that happen, and you could view this as seed funding. So I think it is I'm convinced of the value and the strategic importance of it. I just want to make sure that the county's not signing itself up for. What my big concern was that the county is not signing itself up for a whole lot of work that is, we don't have designated staff to address, and we don't have funding identified to address. And like I said, after some discussions about the way this is structured and the experience of other organizations that manage deed restrictions, I think I'm comfortable with this at this point.
Commissioner Chang, one of the things that I put the project team back up, because we're not recreating the wheel here. We're using all the spokes of the original wheels. We're using title companies to make sure that these deed restrictions are, and we're using mortgage companies. We're using legal documents in restricted deed restrictions. And we're using all those on purpose to make sure that what normally manages sales of housing is managing the sale of these houses, and that it's inexpensive. Because the problem with these programs is they collapse under their own weight. If there's too much regulation involved by a government entity, they become too expensive, and they can no longer serve the purpose of making sure that we're filling homes with workforce. And so what we tried to do was use existing spokes of that wheel, but just change the wheel enough to incentivize private builders to think just a little bit differently. Give them the money to be able to think differently. Instead of building building another $1 million home that we really don't need as a community, no offense, we could build a $415,000 home because we have the $30,000 at the beginning of the process to be able to incentivize that developer to be able to build that home and get someone in the workforce in. But that's why it's not heavy on your side. And we put in there, and there was a lot of thought by Karna on how to make sure that if you didn't want to or have to enforce something, it's your option, because we know that enforcement would be on something that you would have to perform. And so it's up to you on how you want to inform it. And then we have another agency monitoring it to make sure that the intentions are met, because we have listened to the requests, and that comes off of your plate as well. And so I hope that you can see how thoughtful we've tried to be, not to make it a program that is too burdensome for the county. But we do need your partnership to get it off of the ground.
Yes, we are the people, and it is public funds that we're talking about. So we have to be incredibly thoughtful and detail oriented about exactly what is it we're getting into. And then my question, you were mentioning financing. Do we have a list of potential residential lenders that are not going to be happy to be participants in this operation? Do you have anyone that you've been talking to about that?
Yeah, we do. We have multiple lenders that we've spoken to about it. And one of the things that's interesting, Commissioner Adair, is that all the funding currently is going to 80% and under, which is very difficult for lenders to lend money on an under 80% income. So lenders really would like to see it be 80 to 120% of AMI. And so a program like this launching would really help lenders be able to lend more efficiently to folks and get them started on that journey to being more productive citizens.
Are they local lenders or
Yeah, absolutely.
They're local?
It's the bank we talked to.
For any lender.
I just was wondering.
Yeah.
Because they, that's who we're hearing from is the
Summit
need.
Bank has been involved in our process. And Matt Martino from, I think it's Columbia Bank.
Yes.
Columbia Bank, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
I did want to offer, I poked around, I talked to various people about how this could be structured. And I did want to share with my fellow commissioners, one other concept that someone shared with me was this could be structured, we could take these funds and do something slightly different and offer a down payment assistance program to missing middle home purchasers. The city of Bend currently does this in the form of a loan program. I was very curious about that because, helping on the home purchaser end, still would get the $30,000 to whoever's building the home. But the program that the city of Bend operates, again, as a loan program, it's so it'd be a second loan to someone who is trying to buy a house. There's been very little uptake on it. Nice idea, but if it's not having the intended impact, then it doesn't seem like a good option for a different structure for this.
Commissioner Tang, I would say that part of the problem is you're trying to do that on a $800,000 house.
Mm-hmm.
So, giving them a little down payment isn't going to help because they still have to have 20% down, or they have
They got to be able to make the payments, and they're not going to be able to.
We need a $375,000 house.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang, we run a down payment assistance program at Neighbor Impact, and the demand, we couldn't get enough capital in to fund it when interest rates were lower. Once interest rates went up and then the mortgage payments went up, the demand for that program collapsed. So I would agree with Karna that what we need while we're in this high interest rate environment is that opportunity to set the price, which is what this project does.
Part of the reason this has taken 14 months, Commissioner Chang, is that we did spend some time taking a detour down that exact conversation. And I think ultimately what's being expressed here is that we have a housing stock shortage. And so this is intended to not only incentivize the ability to sell at an appropriate price point, but to expand our housing stock entirely.
So if there's another funding partner that shows up, how does that title, documentation flow? Does it end up under the county's umbrella, I guess?
No,
So another funding partner would have that same.
an agreement. It's an agreement. We've just created the forms and the process and the structure with Deschutes County to allow them to come in and do
Create the
exact
model.
same- Exactly.
Got it. Okay. And then Rooted Homes is a land lease model. I don't know that I'd be supportive of this program under a land lease model, just knowing that, you're building a structure, but then you don't own the land. And then just puts another whole variable under this whole thing. And I don't know that I have that fully thought out yet, but I just see that as a little bit different.
One of the benefits of it being as free market as it is these homes can be anywhere, and you won't have a section of lower income housing, just like First Story does. They can be in next door to you, which creates a much more better woven community. if you
And
will.
I'm just thinking a single family home on a full ownership lot is different than a land lease model. And I haven't thought that out totally, but I'm just thinking maybe a land lease model doesn't work under this. As I say, I haven't really thought that out before, but when you mention Rooted Homes, they got a model. It's great, good for them, but does that fit under this program, or are they going to be an advantage by saying, well, here's your inexpensive home on the land lease model that we have, which undercuts all other players? As I say, I haven't thought about through fully.
I mean, on the flip side, I'd say that's what's beautiful about Rooted Homes model is that by taking out the land cost from the cost of a home, you are putting home ownership within reach of a lot more people. I mean,
But is it wealth creation at that point?
No, and that's why Habitat is, and that's why I really appreciate Habitat's program. And of course, it doesn't apply here, but I do appreciate that they're allowed to actually build up equity on their own after 5 years, I believe.
So Commissioner Dare, we did address that. I know that was in our initial proposal. It no longer is in there due to your request. We removed any amount of the amount that they can build up is just they can build up equity all that they want as long as they can sell the home at 120% of AMI. So they will be able to build equity according to the market that goes up to 180 or 120% of AMI. And so that is helpful. We've all mentioned Rooted Homes a lot, and they do an incredible job.
Right.
And they've been one of our mentors in this process as well. And they are chomping at the bit because they will be applying for some of the funds if we do get it out there. So because they are trying to build in and building in this area, but up to 120% of AMI, there's no funding. And so we asked Jackie to go out and look at where the funding is. And she came back with a spreadsheet that had nothing on it. And so that's one of the things that's really driving this program. And so, there is very little chance of fraud on any of the programs that would be supplementing other people that are really trying to do this work very diligently as well. So that's one of the people that would be applying.
I know Jackie has a teacher in Sisters, and she would love to be able to have this implemented for that teacher. So I appreciate that.
I mean, I would just say that if your option is not being able to buy a house and giving your money to a landlord every month, or being able to buy a house, without the land attached to it, with a resale, price restriction, being able to just build your equity, year after year after year until you want to make that sale is a much better deal than giving your money to the landlord every month. So as Sherry said, this is intended to be an open opportunity for everyone in the market. I think it would be really problematic to try to exclude a certain kind of builder from that opportunity.
Well, it does boil down to the equity of the situation. So as I say, my brother had commercial property, and they're still involved in Hawaii, and it's on a land lease. And the moment that they paid off their mortgage, the land lease went up to that payment amount, and they knew that they had the leverage on them. So the land lease, it's a wonderful idea, and it gets people in, but you totally lose control of the equity in the backside of it. Totally gone. You're at the will of the players.
Yes.
So as I say, I mean, it's kind of a scary play. It sounds like it's so wonderful, but you know, it's at the choice of the management group, of the ownership of the land, how much they want to charge and how much they're allowed to charge. So this, I do see it very differently.
Commissioners, is there anything else we can share with you? Anything else that can help you in your decision making?
The goal is I want to get there, and I've always been supportive. Remember, I mentioned $300,000 one time. Let's get the program off the ground. We're a year later, which is a shame. But the inflation, interest, the whole market has just kind of gone up and stayed there. And it was been mentioned, you know, higher for longer. And then just a few months ago, we were talking about, well, maybe the interest rates will come down. Talking about the Fed. But higher for longer probably is the right place to be. So I do see there's action to be had here. This would be wonderful. I'd like to see a cross section of builders be able to qualify for this in multiple areas too. You know, because you think of the first story program. That's City of Bend's program, or who's first?
No, it's Hayden Homes.
Hayden Homes.
Okay, well, so they build in multiple markets, but as I say, I'm thinking Deschutes County markets and cross section of builders. So, I mean, I'm still supportive of the program, and you know, my question about other funding partners coming online that wouldn't be under the county's requirement. Also, I go back to maybe 20-year horizon instead of 30. And I don't know, was that discussed at all? I mean, is 30 just to make us feel like we're more safe? Because we're getting money to people, and first-time home buyers or you know, medium income people, 3 to 5 years, maybe rotate out, come up with some equity. Depending on the market, people are going to want to move. So some of these properties will roll over a few times within 3 to 5 years. Some people will be there the whole time, which would be wonderful.
And commissioners, the average time a person's in a house now is, you know, 5 to 7 years.
5 to 7.
Yeah. And I think we're open. Affordable housing programs have all different time periods. Some of them have 50, some of them have 5. The city of Portland right now, if they waive their SDCs, it's only on the first time home buyer. There is absolutely nothing after the fact. Now they do have ADU programs that they'll waive the SDCs as long as it's not a short-term rental. Again, that's a deed restriction that goes on for quite some time. So there are different ways of doing this. If I hear 2 out of 3 of you say 20 years, we'll make it 20 years.
Well, as I say, I'm just letting you know that I'd be
But
supportive.
no, I don't think we've had long discussions about the number of
We're
years.
trying to be as fiscally responsible with the taxpayer dollars to make it $1,000 a year, which just sort of made sense. And that was some of the traditional restrictions on affordable housing have been 30 years. They've now went all the way up to at least 60 for some.
I've
and-
seen,
Well,
yeah.
and I see this as a
Every
play
time
in
a deed-
time.
Every time a deed restriction for a unit of affordable housing expires, you basically are at great risk of losing a unit of affordable housing in your community. So if, you know, to my mind, there's great benefit in having a 30-year deed restriction versus a 20-year deed restriction. And what would make me want to scale it back would be if there were no builders who responded to a $30,000 plus a 30-year deed restriction opportunity. But if there's builders and developers who are ready to do that, I think it's only a benefit to get 30 years versus 20 years.
I also think that, it's a small program. We're not talking about a gigantic program. We're not asking, for, the 11,000 homes. It would be a small investment, and you could look at that as a trial run to see what we didn't get right and what we did. I know we've talked about how long it's taken, but we're also unpaid, unelected folks that have been putting our passion into this. This
Getting
is
closer.
a passion project, and I would say a pretty good one with that deed restriction, Karna.
Oh, thank you.
I would just say I'm ready to move forward with the program as proposed today.
Chair, if I can just ask a question,
Yes.
it does appear that we've heard about a much greater role that neighbor impact is going to play than perhaps is reflected in the documents we have here based on this discussion. And so perhaps there's a minor revision or so there. And my only other question is when we at the county get a call from somebody that has a question about this person doesn't appear to be a permanent resident anymore. I'm assuming all those calls go directly to neighbor impact. They don't come to the county, or if they do, we refer them to you, which is
code enforcement, send them over.
Thank you.
And are we still setting it up so that all funding goes to
Neighbor impact,
immediately.
right? And then they would then put it,
That's like about $25,000 worth of interest with interest rates today for $500,000. I mean, that's pretty significant. I was just, I realized that you're only charging what, 20,000? Yes.
so, I mean,
Commissioner Dare, that was because you guys wanted to make sure that that program was managed. So you wanted to take the money you invested and put it into an account with them. So it didn't have any burden on the county. So that's why we had put it that way.
From what I am told about the waiting list for this project, that people are already interested, the money's not going to stay in an account and earn interest very long. Because I'm hearing that there's already enough to take up the entire $500,000 as fast as we can write agreements.
But are the people that are getting those opportunities, have they been fairly selected? No.
Oh, do you mean?
they have to fill out an application.
No, I mean, you're telling me that we have all of them taken up now and I'm going like,
We have
oh my gosh.
builders interested. We don't know about the buyers. We won't know who the buyers are until
They're listed. They have to list,
Right.
list them.
That's what I would hope. I mean, it's got to be fair, right?
Yes,
Transparent
absolutely.
and
There-
fair.
Yes, anti-discrimination provision in here.
We'll be putting money into Neighbor Impact's account, and basically all the money that goes out to builders will be consumed very quickly, and all that'll be left is the $20,000 of administration funds. So
And this does go through escrow. So there is another party, a neutral party that will have the money that the escrow company make sure that deed restriction is recorded before that check actually goes to the builder.
I do want to be really clear. The 20,000 is not enough to cover the expenses of this program over 30 years, but there's a side benefit to us because we have a major federal funder that requires us to report on homeownership production that came through us in the region. Each one of these homes will count toward that. So that'll help us in leveraging additional federal funds of some unknown amount in the future. So the 20,000 helps defray the cost, but it is by no means the cost.
Thank you for
I
that.
also think one thing that we haven't discussed is that there's a lot of funding in our state and in the nation. We're not unique. I mean, our situation is more dire than other places, but everyone is struggling with housing for the middle income folks. And as funding comes in the federal government and in the state government, we know the state has allocated a lot of money that can go to programs like this. There are no programs in the state like this. If you build a runway for this money to come in and land on, there will be money that will be able to come in and be utilized because it's a shovel-ready project.
In Deschutes County, like we're getting the benefit.
So, whenever you see anything that attracts money or programs that are being put towards, you need shovel ready, and those are the ones that get done. We can be shovel ready with this program in place.
I also wanted to just, to your earlier comment, Commissioner Chang, about whether or not this was an amount of money that would make any significant impact. Yesterday I was having a conversation with a city councilor in the county who is interested in determining how to create a local city fund to develop workforce housing. When I shared that this was something that the commission was considering, it made them much more comfortable because it is an opportunity to layer funds. A check, each individual check doesn't look like much, but pretty soon you get an entire cake. And as we can encourage other jurisdictions to begin programs like this is actually a great incentive to do so.
yeah, seed funding makes a difference.
So is there anyone that's going to maybe jump up next year if we do it this first year? Will we have that other person in the
We will
locality?
certainly be looking for them and be willing to talk to them. But yes, it sounds like we do have people that are interested.
And I do want to at this time acknowledge and thank Hayden Homes for updating the Squire Motel. I know that's not home ownership, but that's workforce housing in Redmond that they're doing. They took the motel from the 1960s and they've gutted it and they're definitely upgrading it now. And I'm so appreciative. That is private money. The good news is Hayden started in Redmond and they never forget their roots. So thank you for what they're doing.
So as I say, I support maybe 20 years. I mean, I'll clarify 20 years instead of 30 years. I'd like to learn more about the land lease dynamic there. So my thought is to not support a land lease model in support of having these as independent privately owned properties. And, so the $500,000 commitment that was done this year is the number that my fellow commissioners had supported. But I mean, if we can get there, let's proceed.
Commissioner DeBonne, if I may, regarding the land lease model, because of the land lease itself, that does allow those organizations to sell at a price point much closer to one that is appropriate to 80% AMI. We do recognize that realistically, many of these homes will be placed on the market at a price point much more attainable for someone making 120% AMI. So that is a considerable gap that a land lease model does address. Secondly, with specifically to Rooted Homes, because of their nonprofit status, their mission statement does require them to ensure that these homes do that they do remain affordable, and that once the land lease expires, that there's not that explosion that you were referring to. So, because it is a nonprofit land lease, it's a little bit different than if it were
yeah, well, and that's good information. Yeah, as I say, it's just it's kind of an unknown. 20, 30, 50 years from now, all of a sudden something gets swiped away from the owners. But yeah, if it's a nonprofit with that mission, that's more information than I had.
Yeah, I mean, and there's, the third kind of experience scenario to look at is people who own homes on federal government land, like cabins in Camp Sherman, places like that, or the federal government or a nonprofit is a very different entity to deal with than, a private land leaser. So each scenario comes with its own complexities and, constraints, but also opportunities. I mean, in this case, buying a home from Rooted Homes allows you to subtract the land cost out of the cost of a home, and it allows you to buy a home when otherwise you might still be a renter.
So, thinking it through on a cost basis, I, at this time, because of our financial situation where the revenue and the expenses lines are crossing sooner than later, just like hearing about the Social Security today, then I think it's in 10 years they're going to be out of money. I would honestly prefer to do like 320,000, where we could do 10 homes, 20,000 goes to neighbor impact, but we could get the model going and then come back to it and take it from there. But I think that would be a good start and a bit more conservative with our funding, because we're definitely looking at a different world today than we were a year ago.
So you're referring to a budget approval from the general fund of Deschutes County for this next fiscal year.
Right.
'Cause our budget's coming up next 2 weeks from now.
But we already had the 500,000 in this year.
But I'm just so
I'm just trying to get it more in line with what the money we have. Robert, thank you so much. I know.
Here's the reality.
Oh, here's our treasurer and our CFO.
Thank you, Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer.
Dan Emerson, Budget and Financial Planning Manager.
We just want to clarify, the board did have a previous conversation where they talked about the 500,000 over a 2-year period. However, the funding was never identified in that. And there was not in the current year, there is no budget already authorized for that. And
in this current year,
in the current fiscal year,
Okay.
in fiscal year 24, there is no dollars associated with that.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I appreciate that, Robert, but I do feel in the discussions that we had before, we made a commitment of those funds. I can also appreciate that our budget is much tighter at this point than it was a year ago. So considering a reduction is reasonable, but I did want to clarify that we did make a commitment to those funds, and that the good folks sitting in front of us, plus a whole lot, a much larger group, have been working very diligently for a year to try to structure a program based on that commitment that we made. So I think it would be really problematic to have made that commitment to have stimulated all this design activity basically for this program, and then to pull the rug out from under them. So
I'm
I
not
think-
talking about pulling the rug out, but I'm talking about the economic situation, the inflation that people in our country are looking at every day of their life, especially when they go to the grocery store or the gas station. So we're still giving 10 people the opportunity. I know we could be 2,000 people, right? But we're at least doing something. And if we can be that model and that vision for the rest of the state to realize that you can actually do this with all your work, you will be thanked. I'm talking about all the volunteers that is, you spent over 14 months on this. I mean, we know there's the tremendous need and people need to be able to accumulate wealth. And that's why I really appreciate all your efforts.
So commissioners, I think so. Then the question is, would there be a budget amendment for this fiscal year to add, to allocate the 320,000? And then is there a separate allocation that we would then make in fiscal year 25, or we'll come back for that decision later? I think that one of the questions is the 320,000 out of the current fiscal year budget, or is that the next fiscal year budget? I mean, I know it's not budgeted.
That is part of it. We would need clarity based on board direction on which discretionary funding this comes out of. Commissioner DeBonne mentioned general fund before. Our discretionary funds, as you know, are either TRT funds or from that discretionary portion or the general fund. And again, those are the same discretionary dollars that would fund capital projects or public defenders. That's also been in the news, or other core services. So being mindful of that. In the previous discussion, when we identified, we did need to identify the funding and clarifying the contract. So when we talk about timing, if it was going to be this fiscal year, we're already in May, is it likely we'd get the contract done and all the final language to make a payment before June 30th? If not, it should be in the next fiscal year. I wasn't clear in the documentation if the reference to 2024 and 2025 was referencing calendar year or fiscal year. But yeah, that's an important point for us to know whether it's an amount in fiscal year 25 for the upcoming budget and then 26, or were they really technically calendar year? So, and then for the budget process, because we're right at that point, we're in the middle. It's probably, I'll let Dan speak to what's the best timing of when this goes through. Because even if a payment was made July 1st, that's still soon, but that would be the next fiscal year on when we have the board approve the motion.
I think currently it would be difficult, as we're about to start printing proposed budgets this week, to put in these changes for the FY25 proposed, but there is a period of time after that May 20th to 23rd time and before the adopted budget when you could consider this, and we could make a supplemental notice of changes to the proposed budget if there were changes at that point in time. That would probably be the most doable from a staff perspective at this point in time.
It's the most doable, but if that's the board's direction, we will follow board direction.
Yeah.
The fiscal year is. I mean, so I appreciate the input and the help there, but it is ultimately a board decision, and we'll make it happen whichever direction the board goes.
I mean, are any of you aware of any deals that are basically at risk of, being lost if these funds don't arrive until July 1st?
Not at risk of being lost, no, Commissioner Chang, but I do, as has been previously noted, we do have at least one home in Sisters that's prepared for a member of the Sisters workforce that is prepared to utilize these funds yesterday.
Would July 1st still make that project work?
It would still work, yes.
Say to Commissioner that we are prepared to move as rapidly as you need us to move on the contract negotiations. The holdup is always the capacity of the Deschutes County Legal Department, which is overloaded, and then time on the agenda to be able to just squeeze it through and get it approved. But we can move fast, whatever works.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's been any holdups by county legal regarding this during this entire process, but we can certainly review whatever revised documentation is sent to us.
So
think it would make sense then for us to plan for this in FY 25. For the FY 25 budget rather than trying to shoehorn it in at the end of this fiscal year.
Well, and I would support having this discussion, post budget committee meeting addendum discussed as a Board of Commissioners right before we pass the budget.
May
That
20th.
that supports that statement also. So really, one of the policy choices was Deschutes County comfortable with taking on, if neighbor impact finds a discrepancy in the ownership, 3 to 5 years from now, somebody went and sold it or did something way out of bounds. What's going to happen is neighbor impact's going to notify us as an entity saying, oh, yep, we got a violator here. What are we going to do with it? And that's the choice that to be made with today, because that's the big picture. And I do support that. I don't think there's going to be a lot of violations. If somebody does it, they'll have to go out of their way to do something out of bounds, which might trigger us to respond to it in a very legal fashion at that point. So as I say, it is our policy choice to do that and to do support that. So that would help us proceed with the proposed, documentation that's presented.
So is then a motion today appropriate?
I would suggest a motion if there's going to be a revision to the dollar amount.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't know if I've heard two supporters for that, but
Well, as I said, I mentioned 20 years. I truly, if this is a moment in time and, it just in our inflationary environment, as I say, I know as a working adult, I was able to, buy a house and sell a house twice, and now we're in our house for 20 years, but we've never in this spot. So all of a sudden it's higher for longer. And this is a moment to act if we're going to try to get people in a house. But it doesn't motivate me to think, oh, maybe we should go to 40 or 50 years. I think we should go backward the other way, get a private market home or private property on the market, a homeowner in that, and then, a shorter horizon is fine with me.
This whole program is a workaround the private market. I mean, it acknowledges the private market exists and is producing a lot of housing, and that's a great thing. And that it's not that the private market is not producing enough of this kind of housing. So, I mean,
but it's just
if you want to don't want to do anything that is kind of supplemental.
I don't want government I want government to get out of the way. The state land use system, and this is our differences. The state land use system puts a chokehold on private property rights. We went through 10 years trying to evaluate and study and hug each other about how we might allow the city of Bend to grow someday. 15 years ago, it was critical that we were going to do this. So we have different philosophies on it.
Do you want to have an ideological battle about land use regulation today, or do you want to deliver workforce housing to our community?
I want to deliver workforce housing.
So then
20-year horizon is fine with me.
What, how many years?
20 years.
Okay. So you're saying 30, I'm saying 320, and you're saying.
Well, it's, yeah.
So we're all like, okay, so somebody needs to make a motion.
Well, as this guy had supported 300,000 originally. It's a shame we'd be changing the number, but I like that proposal from where I started originally. So, and we don't need to mention the number. We're not going to vote on the number today, but I'll mention it. So I support 320,000, which will be a proposal that we'll come up with. But I'll move that we accept the program as presented with the proposal to shorten the timeframe to 20 years.
I won't second that.
Robert, Dan, did you want to add something?
Just looking for clarification. So we would come back to the board for this commitment after the proposed, or are you asking to reflect this in the proposed, or clarification from the board on that at this point?
This would come at the end of our budget week on the 23rd, I'm assuming, where we'd vote on this. The actual for next year.
It's in the proposed fiscal year 25 budget.
Yes.
Beginning July 1st.
Okay.
Okay. And so before I think of seconding that motion, Karna or Sherry, who has changing it from 30 to 20, is there An impact that you can see that you want to share with me?
I think, well, I just think Sherry's point was it was 1,000 for a year for 30 years, and that's where the 30,000 came from. 20 years, anything can happen in 20 years. We could have another recession. I don't know that we're hung up on 20 or 30 years. I think we would accept the board's decision. We're trying to get this program going. And if we change it eventually to 30 years or another funding partner wants 30 years, we want to be able to have that discussion with other funding partner to have it be 30 years.
I will just note that a 30-year deed restriction does not impede any developer from utilizing this program. That doesn't, to the extent that it affects the board's outlook, a 30-year deed restriction doesn't limit any developer opportunity.
Okay, and I was thinking it from the owner's opportunity. 20 years, if you sell every 5 to 7 years, 20 years seems a lot shorter than 30 years.
The only things that I would say is, I don't think 20 to 30 years is our hill to die on. But I would say it's the same fiscal impact to the county, and you're getting 1/3 less of the impact to the workforce.
The benefit for the work.
So when we see these deed restrictions time out, we always wish that we had them be a little bit longer so that we could have more workforce in those houses. And so that, it's going to go with the market cycle. So if we have it for 20 years, I would be very happy to have it for 20 years, but I would be happier to have it for 30 because I think that it is more fiscally responsible. I think we will have to talk to Neighbor Impact about how that works for them with the 20 years versus 30.
Yeah, I was going to say he would like it.
Less work
Well,
for
I think
you.
that talk
but-
is over. So
You didn't want to ask Scott that, yes, feedback. So, okay. All right. Well, I do want to get this program going, so I will second that motion. Any further discussion?
So
if
just for
it's-
clarity, I accepted the documents as presented. So this is the deed proposal. And I had proposed 20-year change and I did not do fiscal in that motion.
Right.
So let's separate it is my point.
Okay.
So it's been, moved and seconded.
Yes. Any further discussion?
Could I just get some clarification? There was also some discussion regarding some modifications to the documents.
Right.
So are you?
With proposed, absolutely.
They're minor
Yeah.
changes. I'll
Yeah.
do those and have them to
Accepting,
you in a couple
yeah.
days.
Discuss changes.
Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you.
Okay. So calling for the vote, then Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Mr. Chang,
I'm going to abstain.
and the chair will vote yes.
Thank you. Appreciate
So
your time.
You'll have those in shortly to
Yes.
Kim, and we can proceed ahead. And then May 23rd, we'll bring it up with other items during our budget meeting, and we're going to need to find then $320,000.
So the only thing I would say is if you bring it up on May 23rd, that becomes a kind of a budget committee conversation, whereas what you can always approve it after the proposed budget and before the adopted.
Oh,
budget.
okay. Gotcha.
May 29th is part of your approved budget.
May 29th then.
Yes.
And this is public information here, so people already know what we're talking about. But yeah, I like that procedure.
Or we could have a whole new discussion if we brought in the budget committee, right? Thank you, Dan.
Commissioners, I did also want to just suggest, thank you for that, what you just did. This may well, with proof of concept in hand, be a great candidate for directed congressional spending a year from now. This would be a great ask to put in front of the delegation to see if we could raise more money with this without touching the general fund. So
Thank you very
keep that in
much.
mind.
Scott, what federal program does this fit within? Does this match up with? Okay. Well, I definitely want to talk more about that.
And just so you know, the definitions in all of the legal deed restrictions are built around HUD. So the whole program is
Terminology.
built around the HUD definitions. So that would make it be very eligible for that.
Yeah, it's just, HUD only accepts congressionally directed spending allocations requests that basically are something that a HUD program currently does. So using all the structure and legal definitions doesn't get us all the way to there is an existing HUD program that does this. So,
We can always modify the program if that happens.
Well, the excellent
There you
news
go.
is we're only 40 minutes behind on our schedule, but this is
Oh,
so
thank you.
important. No, this is so important really for the workforce. And I want to thank each and every one of you for how hard you've worked, because those are the people that deserve to build up equity in our world, because they're working hard. So thank you for having that vision and persisting and coming through.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I hope it's obvious that my abstain vote on this is not a vote of no confidence about the concept and all your work to develop this program.
Thank you for your time and your thoughtful conversation and your vote of confidence. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Item number 5, please. Tariq, are you still in the room? Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Tariq Rawlings. I'm a senior transportation planner with the Community Development Department and the Road Department. And today before you is consideration of second reading of ordinance 2023-016, updating the Tumalo Community Plan for the years of 2020 to 2040. This is following 2 weeks later after the first reading on April 24th. And really, if there's been no changes to the document on my end, none were requested during first reading. So this is the second, and if it's accepted, final reading. And if that was accepted for second reading, the only other recommended motion I have in mind would be to move adoption of this ordinance, capturing the final version of the Tumalo Community Plan. So happy to answer any questions you might have just for the moment, but more of a just kind of a process piece here. I also did remember to bring blank copies of the ordinance for legal today, if you'd like that, Kim. But okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, just a reminder, this is a chapter of the comprehensive plan, and we're working through a comprehensive plan process, and I've been studying some of the fine intricacies of that document. But at the big picture is the menu. It's like this is the comp plan, and then there's a TSP, Tumalo Community Plan, Newberry Regional Plan. So these are some of those chapters that fit the whole big picture together. So it's good to see this document get stabilized and published in its update.
Yes, thank you, Tariq.
Of course.
Is there a motion?
I'll move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2023-016 by title only.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, approving ordinance number 2023-016 by title only, an ordinance repealing and replacing the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan's Tumalo Community Plan. Then we need a motion for adoption.
I'll move adoption of ordinance number 2023-016, the Tumalo Community Plan.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, moving adoption of ordinance number 2023-016.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I really appreciate the time. Just as one note, there's a 90-day window until this becomes effective. That date would be August 6th, 2024. So I'll just note that on the project website, and the Tumalo Community Plan webpage will be active until probably a week after that date, just to give people access to the full record. But those are my final next steps and really closing remarks on the TCP update. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Is August 6th during our fair? What are our fair dates? Does anyone know off the top?
I don't know if you need to be around for the effective date.
Is it July 31st this year? Okay. All right.
Right. Thank you very much.
When is it?
We could still do it during Fair Week. It's okay.
I think so.
No, I mean, I wanted to bring up the fair because it's going to be our Deschutes County Fair.
There you go. I got you covered during Fair Week, guys. It'll be fine.
Thanks, Tariq.
Commissioner, I just want to say thanks to the team. This was a really, really big undertaking, and it was extended due to conversations regarding potential sewer districts and a lot of engagement by the road department, and just a really, really great team effort. And the fact that it's unanimously adopted, it demonstrates the success the team had throughout the process.
Great.
And thank you for the team leader. Bye-bye. Thanks. Okay, now we're to item number 6, the Safety Campus Plan. Lee.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Lee Randall, Facilities Director.
Eric Nielsen, Capital Improvement Manager.
Emily Freed, Project Manager with Pinnacle Architecture.
So we're pleased to be here to seek approval today of the 2024 Public Safety Campus Plan. It represents a 2-year collaboration of our project team, county departments and offices, and our partner agencies. A draft of the plan was sent to the board in early April, and 2 weeks ago, the team presented the plan to the board for review and consideration. We are returning today seeking final approval and adoption of the plan. In 2022, Pinnacle Architecture and KMB Architects were selected to develop a campus plan that anticipates future growth, establishes a clear vision for the campus and for services provided. The plan addresses needs for the near term, midterm, and long term. A steering committee and stakeholder groups were established from each office, department, and agency. And over the last 2 years, they've participated in an intentional and well-defined planning process, which identified the key operational components and core services of each group on the campus. The plan itself is a 52-page living document that's intended to be revisited and consulted regularly. It establishes priorities and core services to guide future development on the campus. Our goal has been to ensure the highest and best use of the remaining available space in support of vital services that are provided to our community. Recently, there's been a proposal from a community member to site a managed residential facility on the campus. Tomorrow, Eric and I will be attending a pre-application meeting with the City of Bend Planning Division to better understand planning code requirements related to a managed residential facility. If the board supports expending resources to further evaluate this use and its inclusion in the plan, staff will schedule a board work session to discuss the necessary resources and process. I want to thank each of you for your support throughout the process and for engaging with the project team so that your vision and goals for the campus could be reflected in the plan. At this time, we're available for any questions you may have, and we thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today.
And I want to thank you personally for setting up the meeting with the City of Bend tomorrow and finding out if that's where we can actually move the parole and probation location at not near a neighborhood, but clearly close to the rest of our safety campus. So that's amazing that you can do that tomorrow. And I'm, of course, supportive of that. One thing I did note, though, that we do have 7 more cabins in the Veterans Village, and they never made it on the diagram. I think they started in last year, maybe.
So on the latest plan that was uploaded as part of this agenda request, I believe those revisions were included.
Okay, because whatever we were given, I don't believe they're there, but maybe they are somewhere.
I'll double check.
Thank you, Brenda, for printing it on large paper. That really helped my reading. Because in the comments on page 15, it still says 15 tiny homes on campus. And it now is 22.
So the diagram on page 8 has been updated to include all of the tiny homes. And if there's a discrepancy with a narrative, we can change the narrative in the final.
Okay, I must have an old one then.
And
then page 15 needs to be updated too.
Okay. Yep. We will change that from 15 to 21.
So, yeah, I mean, I support learning about that housing option, what that might trigger for the development, but I don't know that I'm going to be supportive in the end here. I mean, we're doing a little bit of work on it to understand the big picture. It's a commercial area. It's a rocky slope right behind it. Yes, there's some that's not, the rocky edge there. I think it's going to trigger, a lot of investment requirements, but we'll see. So I'm just confirming with my fellow commissioners here that I don't know that I'm going to be supportive in the end. We did talk about finding another site somewhere in the county in support of this need. So, yeah.
I think for us, the benefit of the pre-application meeting will be to clarify some of those questions, and then we'll be able to bring that information back.
Right, do we have to put a road in? Can we do this without? Because
Yeah,
it
so I don't
is-
mind
yeah.
learning about some of that.
I so appreciate you having that meeting tomorrow.
I'd like to better, in addition to the access road question, I want to better understand what the setback requirements for any kind of a housing type development in that site. If we're going to seriously evaluate this, I think it would be helpful to have, basically side by side kind of high level summaries of, here's the requirements, here's what it might cost, and what the timeline is for both a transitional housing project and the OSP, the proposed OSP storage facility. I mean, what's the timeline? What's the costs? What are the parameters around that? In addition, on those two summaries, I'd like to see where do we think that the funding is going to come from? For the OSP concept, I mean, is the development of that storage facility something that OSP will pay for, or is that something we will do and then they'll pay it back in the form of their lease payments on a monthly basis, or how does that work?
I think either of those might be an option. Part of the goal of the plan was to just provide some reference tools to OSP, and specifically the local administrative team here in Central Oregon, so that they have some tools to present those needs either up through the chain and within OSP or to the legislature. The needs for that area were identified through the project planning process, right. Specifically for evidence storage. One of the challenges right now is that when they keep vehicle evidence that typically have been involved in deadly crashes, that evidence often sits in the open existing staff parking area could be months, sometimes even to the period of years. And especially for staff, both for OSP and for dispatchers, many of them were involved in those calls. And so they see, reminders of those tragedies every day when they go to work. And so their offsite storage is currently full. It's very helpful for their investigators to have immediate access to that evidence nearby, as well as other storage for their programs. So that's the planning process that resulted in the placement of that proposed facility nearby. And then also it would allow in the 10 to 15 year outlook for the expansion of the main building itself. So when that building expands, parking will be lost that's currently adjacent to the building. So finding a way in the mid and long term to account for lost parking with the expansion of the building was how that planning process took place.
So big picture, I remember we were talking about the courthouse expansion, and there were some big poster boards brought out and said, well, 20 years ago, this is what we thought we were going to do, build out to the corner. So this is kind of setting up that same scenario. We're taking a big picture look at this, and it will sure give us guidance in the next steps whenever we have the resources to be able to build at our public safety campus and set the priorities. So, we've been introduced to this a few times, so I've really, seen the scope of what we're talking about here. But this is something that, as I say, someday somebody will pull something off the shelf and say, this is what we were thinking in 2024. So I really appreciate that.
So I believe this means we need to come back with this.
Time to adopt it. Is that correct? It's kind of a stable point in time.
Yes. And so now you have the opportunity today to approve and adopt the plan. As I mentioned in my opening comments, the plan's intended to be revisited and to be a guide. And so in the future, if the board sought to amend the plan for any number of uses, we would be able to bring that back to the board for consideration.
According to the note here, it says, if the board supports further evaluation of this proposal that's looking at the OSP storage, and inclusion of this in the public safety campus. Staff will schedule a board work session to discuss the process and resources necessary to update the plan prior to board consideration of adoption. So you're talking about adopting this one, and then we are already going to come back and change it? Is that what you're saying?
There would be an opportunity. I mean, our thought is that the plan is the result of this 2-year process. The proposed residential facility is kind of a late arriving proposal. There's some work to do in determining the feasibility of that, and we can bring that information to the board. And even beyond that, typically that project development timeline to get to full estimates would be a 6 to 12 month process. And so I think there's some benefit to the county and to existing projects for the plan to be adopted in the short term. And then we can proceed with looking at other opportunities that the board may want us to investigate.
So say I see it as kind of just a point in time. This is what we're thinking. And I mean, we're already talking about if there was a change, but that's fine. You know, this is that would be in reference to this published public safety campus plan.
You know, I definitely, I have sympathy that, I mean, all of those stakeholders on the public safety campus have, you know, put a lot of thought and coordination into this plan. And I want them to be able to move forward with their projects, you know, and some of the, you know, the first projects out of the gate are going to be, you know, the sheriff's office projects. I want these folks to be able to proceed with their projects as soon as possible, which they need an adopted plan for. That said, if there's a meeting scheduled for tomorrow and we can adopt this next week after hearing about the results of that, I'm also open to that.
But as I say, I don't see this as controversial at all. And just to see if we can get it done today, I'll move approval and adoption of document number 2024-389, the 2024 Deschutes County Public Safety Campus Plan. And that's just to put a point on the ground here, because I know we're going to discuss it in the future also.
I'll second, but I'll also signal that I'm ready to vote no if you know there's any discomfort on the board about moving this forward and not giving adequate consideration to the proposal to use that OSP storage facility site for this alternative use.
And I, of course, would prefer to wait till next week.
Well, I'm happy to vote no then.
Okay. Any further discussion? So you seconded, but you're going to vote. Okay. Commissioner Devon?
Yes, in support of a point in time.
Okay. Commissioner Chang?
No.
And the chair votes no. So I would like to see this next week.
So yeah, thank you very much. It looks like it's a mature, stable product, and we'll just work through the rest of it.
Thank you. And I'm just hoping that Captain Schultz gets his skylights. Yes, because that's what he tells me. He doesn't want the jail to be like a dungeon. All right, so now we're at item number 7, and let's take a quick 5-minute break, please, if you don't mind, Tanya. Thank you so much.
blow it up a little bit.
Okay. We now have a public hearing. Tanya, do you want to introduce us?
Yes, thanks, Chair Adair. For the record, my name is Tanya Saltzman. I'm a senior Deschutes County Community Development Department. Just forgot the name of my department. Sorry.
It's okay. It's been a long Wednesday.
So I have a presentation. We'll go through the procedural script first. I'm manning two different presentations at once, so please bear with me. I'll turn it over to you to start that script, please.
Okay, wonderful. This is a time and place set for a hearing regarding file numbers 247-23-000-700-TA. The hearing relates to text amendments to allow recreational vehicles as rental dwellings. To the staff, staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Tanya Saltzman. I'm a senior planner, again, with the Deschutes County Community Development Department. Today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and receive written testimony concerning RVs as rental dwellings. Today's hearing will proceed as follows. First, staff will explain the hearing format and how to testify at today's hearing, followed by a brief presentation on the application and proposal. Then the testimony portion of the hearing will begin. Any interested persons or agencies can provide testimony in person or in Zoom, and I'll go over that in a minute. And finally, staff can then make closing comments. The project website is deschutes.org/RV amendments. So that's where you can find all of the code, all of a kind of a summary of the amendments, the entire record. So if you submitted a public comment, that's where it lives. There's a few different tabs for different categories. Just as a note, the DLCD 35-day notice was made on October 4th, 2023. That's kind of what procedurally kicks off the entire process. We also, in terms of notice provided, we did a lot of press releases and social media and all of that good stuff, as well as did mailers and emails to those who participated in the Planning Commission portion of the process as well. Okay, this is a hybrid public hearing with both in-person and remote participation. Before starting your testimony, please provide your first and last name as well as your mailing address. Otherwise, we cannot give you proper notice. For those providing testimony today, please try to limit your testimony to about 3 minutes so that we can ensure an orderly and efficient hearing process. For our in-person participants, if you wish to testify, please fill out a blue sign-up sheet that's over on the side and submit it to the board's executive assistant up here in the front.
Question.
Yes.
Mailing address, proper notice. So are you referring to we might be mailing something out to participants?
To mail, it's actually not required for the legislative process, but a notice of decision or if something else occurred. We also, if you provide an email address, that is acceptable as well. So comments that we get by email, we just email them.
So by providing that communication path, there will be notifications in
Correct.
this whole process.
And if you don't provide it or you
Yeah.
say it really fast.
Because we have some people that kind of tell us where they live, but didn't quite give us the address, mailing address.
Being very clear is
Yep.
super helpful. So, thank you. Chair Adair will call up in-person participants for their testimony. After your name is called, please come up to this table right here and you'll be able to begin your testimony. For our remote participants, if you want to testify, you must be logged into Zoom or have called in using the Zoom dial-in option. When the chair asks if anyone would like to testify, you'll need to use the raise hand feature to notify the board. To do this, you need to press the raise hand button on your computer, or if you called in, dial *9. When it's your turn to provide testimony, you'll be promoted from an attendee to a panelist. At this time, you may experience a brief pause as your status changes, so don't worry. You'll disappear for a minute and then you will come back. Once you've joined as a panelist, you'll be able to turn on your camera and speak. In addition to oral testimony, if anyone has any written testimony to submit, you can hand it to me if it's printed out. You can also submit written testimony to me at tanya.saltzman@deschutes.org. The chair and the staff are responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Chair Adair, I will now return to the script and note that the commissioners must disclose any conflicts of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I'm a resident of the rural community. I, have a lot that could host something like this in the future, but I mean, this is a legislative matter that is no conflict.
I have nothing to declare and I can proceed.
And I have nothing to declare and I can proceed. And I think I live on the wrong kind of property to have one. So I think EFU is disallowed, right? Yes. So I couldn't have one. Okay. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, member of the hearings body based on conflicts of interest? Is anyone in the room with a raised hand? Stephen, anyone online with a raised hand? No. Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I'll jump right in. This is a county-initiated proposal to adopt provisions to allow recreational vehicles, otherwise known as RVs, as rental dwellings in rural residential areas, as described in Senate Bill 1013. A little lag on this, sorry. So Senate Bill 1013 was passed in July 2023. It authorizes a county to allow an owner of a lot or parcel in a rural area to site one RV that's used for residential purposes and is subject to a residential rental agreement and additional criteria. Senate Bill 1013 does not require a county to allow RVs as rental dwellings. So in other words, the county doesn't have to do this at all. That's kind of why we're here. The legislation only applies to the unincorporated rural residential exception areas. So nothing within the cities of Bend, Redmond, Sisters, or Lapine. For those of you who have followed the ADU process recently, there are some similarities with how this is written. And then there's also some significant differences, and I'll outline those throughout the process, but they're not the same thing. The current RV allowances in the county, there are a few. There's opportunities to have an RV on a property for 30 days out of 60 and 6 months of 1 calendar year. Both of these are on vacant lots, so different from the proposal at hand. There's an opportunity for, if there's natural disaster recovery opportunities for 24 months. You can have an RV as a temporary residence during residential construction. And there's opportunities for medical hardships. Just to put that out there, this is all separate from that. There are ways that people can be living legally in RVs right now. Now I'm going to go over the basic eligibility criteria. So in other words, the things that are outlined in Senate Bill 1013 itself. These are things that come from state law, and as a county, we cannot change those. We are allowed to be more restrictive, but not less restrictive than these criteria. The basic eligibility criteria, in our case, it would apply to rural residential exception areas. So in Deschutes County, that means RR10, MUA 10, SR 2.5, UAR 10, and the West Side Transect zones. So this would not apply to EFU, and it would not apply to forest zones. It's required that there's one single family dwelling that's owner occupied as the primary residence on the lot. There can be no other dwelling units on the property, and no portion of the single family dwelling can already be rented as a dwelling. And no portion of the lot or parcel can be within an urban reserve. Continuing on with this, the RV must be titled by a Department of Transportation or a DMV. In other words, the DMVs is essentially the gatekeeper for what qualifies as an RV. So if it has an RV title, then it is considered eligible for this program. So a lot of people had questions about tiny homes. If these tiny homes are on wheels and they can get an RV title, then they're good. If they're not on wheels, or if someone has built kind of a contraption that does not get a title from the DMV, it is not eligible for this program.
Contraption.
Well, I mean, there's creative solutions that people build some really cool homes, but they're not necessarily eligible for this. The RV must be owned or leased by the tenant. So what this means is that the property owner of the lot or parcel, they prepare this site for the RV, and someone can either come with their own RV and rent it out per the criteria here, or the homeowner themselves can have their RV that sits there that qualifies for this program, and just the people change, sort of like you could rent a room out. So there's two opportunities. And we reached out to Senator Hayden, who was one of the co-sponsors of this bill, and they wanted to ensure maximum flexibility. So that's the story behind that. This is a large one. The property owner must provide essential services to the RV space. This is defined in the law as sewage disposal, water supply, electrical supply, and if required by applicable law, any drainage system. So this means that you can't just kind of roll up and plug something in, jury-rigged it. There has to be an actual connection to the septic or sewer, a connection to the electrical supply. You're essentially building a one-person RV park, or one RV park. You're making a pedestal that has these connections, and I'll go into a little more detail later, as well as a designated place for that RV. And the RV cannot be utilized as a short-term rental. The way we have it written in our code is the property owner must sign a restrictive covenant saying that this will not be used as a short-term rental, because the intent is to provide housing. And now I'm going to go on to the proposed amendments in more detail. So these amendments, this is a combination of the things that I just went over, the baseline criteria that are outlined in state law, plus additional criteria that was added by staff to address health and safety and other issues that have emerged throughout this process. And Senate Bill 1013 allows for that, allows counties to have to add additional criteria. The definition of RV, we changed this a little bit to refer directly to the Oregon Administrative Rule definition. This just makes it a little bit clearer that OAR defines both a park model RV and a regular RV. A lot of this is based on fire certification. So there's, I believe it's ANSI and another standard that talks about kind of the materials you can use and the flammability. And that can either be certified by the builder or the RV of the RV or the applicant. So our definition now points directly to this OAR definition. Additional local criteria. The lot or parcel must be at least 1 acre in size. The baseline state law did not include a minimum acreage, and staff felt, especially based on septic concerns, that at least 1 acre should be the starting point. And that, of course, is up for discussion. The RV must have an operable toilet and sink. In other words, it must really function as a place where someone will live. It should be their home, so they should have all of those facilities available. The RV must be 10 feet from any other structure. This is for flammability and ignition reasons. The property owner must provide a parking pad of 4 inches of crushed gravel, 3.5 inches of concrete, or 3 inches of asphalt. And this is just to make sure it's on a designated spot. It's not going to slide away. Everything is kind of tidy and neat. If the RV is located within a structure, some sort of shed or garage type thing, it has to be open on at least 2 or more sides. And again, this is due to fire concerns, exhaust, that type of thing. This came from our building safety division. All of the essential services, the electric, the septic, what I mentioned before, this has to go through the county permit process. So in the case of septic, your current system will have to be evaluated to see if there is capacity to accommodate an RV. And then if there's not enough capacity, a site evaluation needs to be, the whole site needs to be looked at to figure out, can you expand the septic system? Is there a place on your property to do so? Can you, or do you need a new system, what have you? Similar to getting an addition or building something new, it does have to go through that process. It's a case-by-case basis on what might be able to be accommodated with the system in place. It really depends on the property. So that's something that people should be aware of. There will be that evaluation. A will serve letter will be required if water is not from a well.
Question.
Yes.
So additional local criteria, and you might have started with this, but this is what bubbled up from input in the planning commission process.
Most of this actually predated the planning commission process. We've massaged it a little bit, but before we even brought it to the hearing, we worked with our.
Okay, so this is the package that was kind of put together, best practices.
Exactly.
Transportation, water, sewer, all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
we wanted to work with our, especially wastewater and building safety, to figure out kind of what sideboards they want to see to ensure safety. So that's.
So is this proposed criteria? I'm just kind of understanding the status of this.
This is in the draft. This is in.
Okay, so this is the proposed. The words that are in there in the package. Yeah, okay.
Yes,
I
it
understand.
reflects these things. Of course, in this process, they can be,
That's kind of what I was thinking,
yeah, these are not from state law, in other words.
and it looks like I support them all. I was just trying to understand the status.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So there's a subset of things that we can't really mess with, which are the state law things. And these are the things that, that staff has developed, just in consultation with each other. Just a little sense of what kind of scale we're talking about. I know it's very difficult to see that map, but those blue blobs show eligible properties, just using the super baseline criteria. So just the zones, eligible zones, 1 acre or more that has a single family dwelling on it, about 12,500 properties could be eligible. And then another almost 3,000 properties are in those same zones, 1 acre or more, but they don't yet have a dwelling on it. So in order to become eligible, they'd need a dwelling. It's just that they're kind of one step behind. Of course, there's a million different variables with individual properties, but this is just a very basic baseline to show kind of who could potentially be eligible. And I'll state that some people have reached out to me about individual subdivision CC&Rs. It's possible that individual subdivisions already prohibit RVs in any capacity. So this is not taking that into account. That's a private matter between homeowners associations, and the county is not involved. There's a few additional options that are offered in Senate Bill 1013. They offer, we can require registering the use with the county or limiting the amount of payments that the property owner may accept from the tenant to those reasonably necessary to cover the owner's costs or losses. So essentially, the county could require that it's a type of rent control in a way, just capping that. You can't charge a gazillion dollars if you want to. These are options that have not been pursued. They were not recommended by any citizen who provided testimony. They weren't picked up by the Planning Commission, but I just wanted to put that out there because the Senate bill does include those as options. And just a couple of items for consideration from everybody, from the public and the board, and we've discussed this before. Should we require any type of snow protection, a ramada, or wildfire or fire protection requirements? So unlike the Senate bill that allowed ADUs, there are no fire or wildfire defensible space requirements in this bill. We've gotten some testimony from our local fire districts, which I'll go into later, but it's not baked in automatically. So that's an item for consideration once the board gets to deliberations. Goal 5, wildlife resources. So this proposal is essentially introducing a new use, RVs as rental dwellings. That could be considered what's called a conflicting use under Goal 5, because the eligible properties do overlap with some wildlife area combining zones. As such, we have addressed this in what's called an EC. The board is well familiar with ECs. That stands for Economic, Social, Environmental, and Energy Analysis. And basically, it's a way in the findings to look at these categories and look at the use and decide what balance they want to achieve. Is this new use worth kind of valuing above some of these other economic, social, environmental, and energy aspects? Is it not? So that evolves to sort of follow the way the amendments end up. So we have included that as part of the findings, and those will follow along with the direction of the amendments if adopted. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm going to summarize the Planning Commission process. I am going to try to be mindful of everyone's time. The Planning Commission process was great. I will say we had really fabulous participation. We had a hearing in November 9th and December 12th. 36 written pieces of testimony and 23 in person testified. We had some testimony from the fire marshals. They offered some specific suggestions for fire protection. They all said there's something is needed. Talked about access for fire and emergency equipment, so kind of driveway access, perhaps having a non-combustible ground cover radius, 5 or 10 feet around the RV. Don't have any stuff there that could catch on fire. And just wanted to clarify the importance of proper addressing. This is also for 911 access. We've coordinated with 911 to make sure that in the event of a fire or an emergency, the fire trucks or 911 knows where they're going, especially if there's two different dwellings associated with an address. So we have we're addressing this in our code as well. Community Development Department, so my department, they stress that RVs should include the facilities for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation, just like any other dwelling. So that's hence the requirement for a toilet and a sink. They had concerns about lot sizes of less than 1 acre and with respect to DEQ rules and septic approval. If you want more information on that, I can, of course, solicit input from our wastewater experts, because I am not one, in terms of lot size and things like that. And as I just noted, we consulted with 911 to ensure that addressing would be buttoned up properly so that people could find these properties in an emergency. All right, and quickly on to the Planning Commission recommendation. The Planning Commission voted to not recommend approval of these amendments. It was a 4-3 vote. And this is a lot of text, but I'll just go over their reasoning. And this, this is echoed in obviously the comments that came from the public. The amendments apply to a very large number of rural residential lots, as I noted, about 12,000. So the scale is pretty big. They stated that the amendments would generate unprecedented land use impacts that have not been fully vetted yet at a community-wide level. So traffic, road maintenance, wildlife, fire protection, garbage pickup, things like that. Code enforcement was a big concern. There's already a backlog within our code enforcement department. Usually they prioritize the really important, health and safety things. So there was a concern about the ability to enforce, septic issues, noise issues, all of that stuff associated with these amendments. They were concerned about compatibility with adjoining residences. They were concerned about that the amendments create unfunded responsibilities on the fire districts. So if we're asking the fire districts to protect these, but there's no additional money generated from these outside of possibly a tiny bit of property tax increase, but probably not a huge amount, because RVs are not considered real property. So there would not likely be a large bump in property tax revenue. So that kind of unfunded, that imbalance was a concern for them. And wildfire, which is pretty self-explanatory. Reasons to support it from the Planning Commission. It's another type of housing. It's providing a type of housing that is not readily available in the county, that might be a little bit more affordable. We just heard a lot about housing in a couple of agenda items ago. And so this was kind of a really obvious thing that they said would be a reason to support it. It might not solve it, but it might be a little bit of a pressure release. It would be potentially less expensive than ADUs. ADUs is a pretty new program that we have, but as noted, RVs still would involve, permitting and some septic potential. So they're not necessarily going to be free, but there will be some costs associated with them, but they would be hopefully at a lower price point than ADUs. And for the concerns about rural character, some of the planning commissioners noted that, our resource zones, our farm and forest, this program would not touch those areas. So in that sense, the rural character of those areas would be untouched. In addition to the no recommendation that the Planning Commission issued, they did also want to kind of provide some recommendations in the case that the board did want to move forward. So I'll just briefly summarize those. We could always come back to them during deliberations. They supported the 1 acre minimum lot size. They supported allowing this in the wildlife area combining zone. This is following the same path as ADUs. They supported refining the fire protection standards with the fire districts. They didn't see a need for any additional setbacks beyond those that are in the underlying zone. And they recommended that the board explore funding mechanisms to support those services that I was speaking about, the services and infrastructure needed for the fire things and other aspects. So to try to close that funding gap. And I'll note that might be beyond the purview of kind of land use and what we can touch in community development, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Public testimony received for this process. We've gotten about 27 written comments, and I will note that Jeff Hubley, who is here this morning, I got you. We've corresponded, and so he's good. So thank you for that.
So you've already received his email then?
And it's on the website.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff.
Of course. And thanks, Jeff, for participating, if you're watching. And there were 11 earlier comments. There was a time when the board was deciding if they wanted to hold a hearing or not. So we received 11 comments pertaining to that. So thanks to everybody who participated. It's extremely helpful. And with that, I will stop talking and explain the process and the next steps. We'll hear testimony from whoever's here and whoever's on Zoom. And then the board can continue the hearing to a date certain, close the hearing, leave the written record open to a date certain, close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And as always, comments can be emailed to me as we speak at tanyasaltzman@deschutes.org. And now I will really stop talking and open it up. Thank you.
Okay, did you say you're going to stop talking now?
I feel like I've been talking for a while.
So I have a question, and just kind of for information. We've run into this over the history here. RVs aren't allowed to be in at all right now on rural properties. As in, if my brother-in-law comes in and he wants to spend the weekend next to my house, kind of a don't ask, don't tell policy, but we don't even have an opportunity for that at this time, do we?
Only the few that I mentioned at the top, 30 out of 60 days without a permit, 6 months out of a calendar year with a temporary use permit, that type of thing.
If I want to have a half a dozen people over with a half a dozen trailers on a 5-acre lot for a long weekend, I mean, that's an event. I'm just trying to put it in categories just to make sure we understand that. That's an event.
A lot of this happening already, we're aware.
Yeah. And the 30 out of 60 days, that's not,
That's on a vacant lot, I should clarify.
Yeah, I mean, so that's still not for my brother-in-law to come stay a week. I mean, we don't even have code that allows that per se. I mean, it's not too impactful, but I mean, if a neighbor wants to call and say, hey, why's that guy got an RV over there? We don't have a path for them to, I mean, that's a code violation.
And,
Yeah.
as with all of our code violations, they are complaint based.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it depends.
I'm just pointing it out. I mean, because I've been in that conundrum. Somebody calls me and says, I don't want my neighbor to do that. Okay, well, they're not allowed to, but it's not going to quite bubble up to an emergency response by the sheriff's office either,
so I mean, just because we haven't explicitly authorized something doesn't mean it's not allowed. I mean, does that mean that someone is literally not allowed to come and park their RV? Your guest is not allowed to come and park their RV at your house for 2 days.
Welcome.
Sure. Thank you for joining us, Peter.
I just thought I might offer some assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Peter Gachowski, Community Development Director. There's all these kind of nuances and patterns of practice, and does it constitute? The question is, does it constitute a new use? So, for example, I was struck with Commissioner DeBone's scenario. I've got a relative that's going to come and visit. Well, he could come and visit, and if he or she happens to be driving a recreational vehicle,
big old Sprinter van,
they could park. Our approach would be they could park the vehicle and stay in your house. Now, if there's a family gathering, a big family reunion, Deschutes County, like all counties, has an event process where you can have an event one every 90 days, and it comes with certain, submittals and assurances that there's the requisite systems in place to ensure those kind of larger gatherings are safe and for public health and safety. To Commissioner Chang's question, is Deschutes County monitoring visitation by friends and family? Incidentally, no, we're not. But if a property owner begins to make their property available for regular RV visitation, that property has evolved beyond the primary use being single family dwelling. And one could argue under this hypothetical that it's becoming like an RV park or a campground. And that's where, and I pause, this Deschutes County, like all the other 35 other counties, we are obligated to administer state law. And so while cities have much more latitude, counties do not. So this legislation is something that we've been monitoring in coordination with the board for some time. And it's a new use. I think this has been told previously, but it's worth mentioning again for those that might be
here in the audience listening online, we're the first county that is truly considering these amendments to adopt in our code, consistent with state law. And as Tanya pointed out, in coordination with our staff, with input from the Planning Commission about how to structure these amendments in such a way that they can be appropriately administered and recognize some of the quality of life issues that came up during the Planning Commission process. So I hope that's helpful, Commissioner Chang, to your question about if there's an activity that's occurring that's not exactly in the explicitly spelled out in the zoning code, is that something that's permissible? And I would say it depends. And if the pattern of practice continues frequently, more often than not, that's a use that's going to find itself in conflict with the zoning code.
Well, I would just classic situation, two neighbors very upset at each other. Sure enough, somebody come over and spend the night in the RV, and the neighbor called and said, hey, that's not allowed. And the black and white of our code is it's not allowed. One night in an RV in your driveway in the rural county is not an allowed use in our code. But it's not, I mean, it's silly other than a conflicted neighbor situation to even deal with it. So we don't need to go any farther. I was just pointing out that this is interesting.
Yeah, but hopefully we won't hear about that very often.
Well, yeah.
And good neighbor principles would say,
yeah,
neighbors, I have some relatives coming over. They're coming over from hypothetically out of state. I just wanted to let you know they're going to be visiting over the weekend. All things being equal, the neighbors are going to recognize that this is a one-off experience.
Well,
it's not going to be a regular pattern of practice, and it's going to be tolerated. It's where CDD in coordination with legal counsel finds ourselves having to do investigations is when that incidental activity becomes something that's far more prominent and frequent, and our code enforcement experience shows that that's when the use has changed.
Yep.
I don't want, especially we're grateful for the media's coverage. I don't want the message to be that the Community Development Department in Deschutes County is monitoring or expressing heightened concerns, especially as we head into the summer months, of visitation from friends and family into Deschutes County.
Yeah, and I'm not.
So these types of activities happen in cities. You'll see an RV parked on the curb as a relative is visiting. Now, if that activity continues, the city will eventually say, what is this? What are you doing with this use? You can't live in this RV and on a residential street as frequently as you are. But we see this all the time. But I'll turn it over to Stephanie for any other comments.
I didn't want this to be a big discussion. I was just pointing out it's interesting sometimes.
Good
It's afternoon.
Good
Can we get back
afternoon.
to the
yeah.
I mean, this hypothetical, like, I don't think we need to talk about this anymore. Like, can we get back to discussing the policy consideration?
Absolutely. Stephanie Marshall, Assistant Legal Counsel. And I just would say that, the county's interest in not only in investigating code complaints is truly health and safety. So a neighbor that is upset because another neighbor has somebody staying in an RV, unless there's things that are causing nuisance type activities or disrupting, health issues, perhaps with sanitation. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Public hearing. Yep.
I'm happy to continue answering questions, or we can turn it over to.
Perhaps we should hear from the patiently waiting constituents that live in Deschutes County. I think that would be important. So you do have 3 minutes. If you need a little bit more, that's fine too. Edgar Julian Caballero, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hi, thank you for having me. Yeah, my name is Edgar. I live at 65411 Klein Falls Road in Bend. Earlier in the previous meeting, I think there was something about 11,000 units are needed for housing, and conveniently, I guess RV dwellings supposedly can accommodate up to 12,000 theoretical. If that number is accurate. So obviously this seems like an opportunity to help with the housing situation in Deschutes County. I've kind of been following this, going to the other meetings with the planning commission. Yeah. Yeah, it was a 3-4 vote. And I think, as I remember, it was ultimately voted no because, as I recall, sort of the deciding voter said that, it felt like it was too soon. Like they wanted more time to make the decision, be informed. And I think that, it always makes sense to take more time, to make a important decision. But it was also noted in that committee that obviously, the need for housing is really important. And so the people on that committee that voted yes sort of were privileging, giving people housing as opposed to protecting deer. One of the things that was not discussed as a amendment was, or I guess part of the way that sort of the permits that are required is that, as I understand it, is that the RV dwelling has to be connected to a septic system, and it has to be approved. The medical hardship dwelling, I believe, allows for the mobile home to have a contract on file with a septic pumping company. So I would recommend that as an option, because myself as a homeowner, if I did have an RV dwelling on my property, my septic would not allow for an additional residence to be added to it. So I would have to construct or make changes to my current septic system, which I'm assuming many of the 11,000 properties that qualify for this would also have to do. And I don't know how much money that would cost. That would just not make it possible. So I would recommend that as an option to be discussed, perhaps, since it is already allowed for medical hardship. And I think as far as funding for 911 and schools and people sort of moving more to the area, it seems like that could be funded by a yearly permit, some kind of fee that I don't know how that would be calculated, but that doesn't seem too hard to figure out. The other thing, I guess, that that was concerned to me, I know my time's up, just one more thing, is the will serve letter by the water company, if it's not from a private well, that's required. I currently I get water from Avion Water Company, and I'm allowed to build like an ADU on my property, but they will not allow for water to, the water that I have access to from them. I don't have the ability to add the second dwelling because they are saying that the well is at capacity. So it can't accommodate, the system can't accommodate an additional dwelling. But if I wanted to add 10 more rooms to my house and 15 more bathrooms, then I'm welcome to do that. So somehow I'm allowed to add, have all this more, and I can water an acre of my property with the water from there, but I can't add an additional dwelling. So I'm skeptical that they would allow me to, they would give me a will serve letter for an RV on my property, even though it would be a minuscule amount of water, and I'm very water conscious anyway. So I would request that will serve letter requirement be canceled or mitigated in some other way.
Thank you, Edgar, for testifying today. I appreciate it.
Can I just ask a clarifying question for Tanya in response to that comment? The wastewater service requirements in SB 1013, does that require hookup to the septic system, or is that the specific way that we are addressing the wastewater service requirement in SB 1013 or HB 1013?
Good question. I'm pulling that up right now, and basically the way 1013, can you hear me? Is this picking? Okay.
I can, but maybe
1013 calls it essential services and refers to a part of the ORS. So I'd have to look at that up and get back to you. The way we have interpreted it is it needs an actual hookup. It says septic disposal. So it doesn't acknowledge kind of contracts or pumping or that type of thing.
This may not be something that we have the discretion to choose. If the state legislature said, we're granting this new opportunity, this new property right, but it has to be like this, then we may not be able to have any flexibility there.
It's tricky because I think medical hardships are designed to be temporary by design, and some of them we know are not, they're pretty long-term temporary, but I think that's why the rules are a little bit different for them and a little bit more flexible because it's designed to be a temporary situation, whereas these are designed to be dwellings.
Does the medical hardship have to be reapplied for every year?
I believe that is correct you have to supply the doctor's note.
Okay. Thank you. Just
That is
wanted to
something
be,
that possibly the legislature could change. Above our pay, basically, if that's the way that the legislation reads, then it's above our pay grade to change it. But you could talk to your state senator or state representative.
okay. And now I'd like to call up Christina Culver. Thank you, Christina.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Culver. My address is PO Box 141 Terrebonne 97760. I'm here before you today to support the RV as rental dwellings. My partner and I proudly built our own tiny house, which is eligible to be titled by the Department of Transportation under this. The process was a labor of love and an accomplishment that I hold dear. The home is not just a structure, but truly a symbol of resilience, creativity, and a commitment to a sustainable lifestyle. It's in this home that's allowed us to move to this beautiful area while working lower wage jobs, doing meaningful work that gives back to the community. And it's this proposal that can make a living arrangement for us and many others a legal reality. I think the average cost of a house in Bend is like $800,000, which just isn't obtainable for me and my partner with the jobs that we currently do. This proposal marks a significant stride towards fostering affordable and sustainable living options in our community. By allowing landowners in rural areas to rent out RV pads for long-term occupancy, we're acknowledging the evolving landscape of the housing needs here. This initiative provides an avenue for individuals to embrace an affordable, minimalist lifestyle and contribute to a more sustainable future. The limitations outlined in the proposal, such as combining properties to rural zones of 1 acre and greater, and then providing water regulations and disposal, demonstrate a thoughtful approach to balancing an innovative response with proper land use and responsible land use. This ensures that the integration of RVs as rental dwellings aligns with the principles of safety, hygiene, and environmental consciousness. In addition, it's imperative to recognize the economic benefits that this proposal brings. Not only does it provide additional income stream for the property owners that may be utilizing the pads, but also stimulates local economies by encouraging tourism, supporting small businesses, and catering to the growing demographic, which can otherwise not afford to live here. Furthermore, the proposal promotes inclusivity by diversifying housing options, accommodating a range of preferences and needs within our community. This inclusivity is fundamental for fostering a sense of belonging and stability, which are essential components to the thriving in an interconnected society. I'm seeking your consideration for passing this proposal, but also as a testament to the symbolic relationship between individuals and their community. I have given to this community through hard work at nonprofits and educational institutions and helped teach and shape the youth. And now I hope that this community can reciprocate by acknowledging and supporting residents like myself who contribute to the rich tapestry of our community. I encourage everyone to lend their support to the proposal. By doing so, we send a message to our community that values a full spectrum of individuals that it is currently compromised of. I encourage the committee, when making the decision, to consider the long-term benefits of legalizing RVs as rental dwellings that it can bring to the county. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Christina, can I just ask, so you heard about kind of the requirements under the state legislation and then the additional local criteria that we're proposing. Are you, and you said that your tiny house is eligible to be licensed by the DOT. Do you have concerns about any of the other potential requirements or criteria that are being proposed for this program, or would it work for you?
It would largely work for me. I do think having the septic disposal that was spoke to earlier, similar like RV parks, there's really easy ways to get holding tanks that don't seep out into the environment at all. Come get those disposed of, and are just much easier for install than upgrading an entire septic system. I've also been following this through the planning commission, and yeah, some fire restrictions would be like incredibly easy, just with like brush and all of those things, and even like materials used within the different RVs are like classified under different like fire retardants that they're made of. But overall, like this could work for my housing situation. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Shaw.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Alan Shaw. I live at 60451 Umatilla Circle down in Deschutes River Woods in Bend. I ticked the box opposed on the blue sheet, but I want to say that I'm really less opposed and more that I have concerns that I would like to voice. I've lived in other rural communities in other states where we did have RV rentals available for people. And there's always this law of unintended consequences that happens. We would love to live in a society where everybody follows the rules, but unfortunately we don't. There are a lot of people who will bend the rules and break them and do so flagrantly. So I've seen a lot of things that really concern me, improper waste disposal, not only garbage, but human waste as well. Dogs allowed to run wild and to attack wildlife and so on and so forth. And these are the kinds of concerns that I have about this proposal here. One thing I would like to see added to this that I haven't seen in any of the write-ups on it is I'd love to see a setback so that if a person wants to put a pad for an RV on their property, that they don't put it right up on the property line adjacent to a neighbor's property. Because if that tenant is a nuisance, it not only becomes a problem for the landowner, but it becomes a problem for the neighbor as well. And I've actually encountered that kind of an issue before in another state, and it was a real issue to try and get that enforced. The second thing I want to bring up is that I think that with all of this, while I agree with the spirit of this proposal, very much so, I think we desperately need affordable housing. And I think this is a really creative way to go about it. But I really wanted to make the point that if we don't have the proper infrastructure to enforce these regulations on this, then we're painting ourselves into a corner that's going to be very hard to get out of. And it could be potentially very disastrous for other people that live in these neighborhoods. And so I would really want to make sure that, you know, we've got enough police coverage, we've got enough fire coverage, we've got enough code enforcement. All of these things are really crucial to making a program like this succeed. And I know that in my neighborhood right now, I won't go into too much detail, but we've had a number of code violations that have occurred, and we really don't have any recourse because there's just not enough infrastructure to manage those problems. And that's about all I have to say on that.
Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alan. Thank you for being here and for those comments. Let's see, is there anyone else in the room that cares to comment? Stephen, do we have any raised hands on Zoom? Okay, Alexis, do you want to, Alexis? *9.
Hello. I'm
Good
Alexis.
afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm Alexis Stevens, and I live at 17001 West Drive, Lapine. And I would like to voice my support for RVs as rental dwellings, as both a former RV dweller and now a Deschutes County homeowner. Living in an RV in a backyard of a kind family that hosted us allowed us to live affordably and save up to buy a house. But at the same time, it let them also earn money that went to a mortgage and utilities that they were having some trouble paying at the time. So I know they were appreciative of that, as well as our extra help around the property and our friendly relationship. And the surrounding neighbors had a very favorable view of us. We were seen as friendly, responsible neighbors. It's important to note that numerous people are already living in RVs on residential land throughout the county. This ordinance would provide an opportunity to convert many of those RV lots into permitted situations that would be more safe and sanitary. I personally know RV dwellers who aren't providing testimony because of fear of being booted from their current spot. So these folks and their property hosts would be grateful for the security that would come from a legally permitted arrangement. They don't want to be doing this under the radar. They would very much welcome these reasonable rules that have been proposed. And I believe more than anything, this would help folks who are already living this way do it in a safer way. And in a county that's, you know, as expensive as ours with limited housing options, you know, many folks are struggling, and this would provide much needed affordable housing opportunity that's a stepping stone to something else. And that is for all kinds of people from all walks of life, including small business owners like myself and my partner. So please consider approving this proposal and keeping the rules as simple as possible as to not cause undue barriers. And I thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Oh, thank you, Alexis, for reminding us it's really nice when the rules are simple. And if everyone would just follow those simple rules, then we would be, yes, it would be a happier world, wouldn't it? So thank you for joining us today. Stephen, do we have any other raised hands? Nancy. Thank you, Nancy, for joining us. *9.
Hello, commissioners. I partook in the planning commission review on this.
Oh, Nancy, could you identify yourself with your address, please,
Yeah,
for the record, since you're on Zoom?
845 JW Brown, Ben 97703. I have some concerns with the way your language is drafted. In particular, the notion that compliance can be ensured through the Senate bill in your yellow matrix. Our code doesn't really have any compliance insurances because our code is complaint enforced. So I think if you're going to adopt this whole new kind of paradigm, that you need to support your code enforcement department with full-time staff and have it tied to a methodology that comes through your general fund and not just through your permitting process. I'm just gonna zip down pretty quickly, maybe on your pages. I thought the fire department was very interested to make sure that when there was a call at a dwelling unit, that they knew exactly how to get there. And so I think there needs to be a distinction on your section 1612.020I, that there's actually an address that gives direction. So it isn't send somebody out to a 10-acre parcel and the fire department gets to find where the RV is. Under definitions, you are aware that DMV allows self-certification of RVs. What this means is if it's not manufacturer description or a manufacturer product, if you're buying an RV off the lot, it can be self-certified. So in trusting in DMV that self-certification would give you something as simple as a smoke detector would be very misleading. I think your department needs to be certifying these things that they're habitable, not relying on self-certification. On your section 18.116.095, section D2. It says prior to citing an RV, the property owner must obtain county approval for each recreational vehicle used. So the question is, the unit comes on and then another unit comes back. I think the approval that must be granted through the planning department then needs to be tied to the specific RV that you're approving. And that this chapter isn't allowing more than one RV, since it says the property owner must obtain county approval for each recreational vehicle used. So we need to make it clear to the property owners that you're only allowing one RV, not 7 or 8. And I'm trying to be very quick. On non-conforming lot sizes, 18.120.020, section C3. I'm a little confused as to whether your non-conforming lot sizes, you're trying to allow something smaller than the 1 acre that you're proposing. So getting some clarity on that. The Ramada issue is a little troubling. We all know about agricultural exempt buildings that get thrown up without building standards. And I do foresee some of these agricultural buildings now becoming Ramadas for RVs. And I think there's a safety issue, and those really do need building permit review. There's some pretty sketchy ones out there, and they were built without human habitation in mind. And I think it's important that your building department review that. Under interpretations and exceptions, chapter 19-92-170, there's kind of a challenge, I think, where you're wanting a siting approval ahead of time, but then you say that an application for review would count as siting approval. And I think that should not stand. Either you have siting approval or you don't, but an application is not an approval. So I'd like some striking of that language. I think if you want the approval, then you get the approval. And then on the next page under section 3, so 19-92-170A3, prior to issuance of a building division permit, which is basically these covenants that you're wanting to restrict on the property. I have a little challenge with that because you may not need a building division permit. If you need an electrical permit, that's not building. If you need a plumbing permit, that's not building. And if you need a septic permit, that's not building. So I think really the permit needs to come from the planning department. So since planning department does CCNR related stuff. So that's my, in a nutshell. Thank you for your time. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for those details and the references. I appreciate it. Stephen, is there anyone else online? Okay. Is that our Jeff? It's our Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, *9.
If he was able to make it back.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I was able to make it work. Thanks for your patience. I also am voicing my opinion in support of this referendum. I'm gonna kind of not say some of the same details that were already stated. Oh, sorry. My name is Jeff Hughley, P.O. Box
Yes,
141.
please. Excuse me, what was your address again?
P.O. Box 141, Terrebonne.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, so I don't think there's a perfect solution for the housing crisis in Deschutes County, but I think that this proposal would really open up an opportunity for low-cost housing for a lower wage demographic. I've gotten to know quite a few separate people in the county who are living in some of these situations, whether it's converted vehicles, RVs, or tiny houses. And just to kind of give you an idea of some of the people who this could affect, it's retail workers, nursing home assistants, educators, food service industry workers, trades workers, nonprofit workers, veterinarian technicians, nannies, and retired. As far as some of the nuances that you guys have been discussing going through, and I know you asked someone already kind of what was maybe something that would be a hurdle in order for them to make sure that they were able to get certified and, you know, safety and all that. And I guess one thing that I would discuss would be I don't think having a Ramada would be necessary to protect the RV. And I understand that you guys have been looking into this for, of course, you know, the risk of collapse under snow load as the primary concern. In my very, very brief research, I just reached out to 3 separate RV parks in Deschutes County, and none of them said that they had ever experienced a roof collapse during their time of business. So I think making the spaces contingent on a Ramada would add significant cost to the landowners, as well as it would drastically change the look of their property, even when an RV is not parked there. So I guess I would recommend, if you do move forward with the Ramada, just make sure that there's some strong evidence to back up that there is definitely a need for one. But in summary, life in tiny houses and RVs on private properties, it's already happening in Deschutes County. I think that this proposal would help increase the safety for all parties involved, and would provide these residents with the security that they can continue to live where they are without fear of being evicted. And quite simply put, we want to live legally in the homes that we own in an area that we love. And if a landowner is willing to rent out a space on their property for us to live in, then I would support that right. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Jeff. Thank you for those remarks.
Thank you.
It's appreciated. Thanks for sticking with us today. Do we have anyone else, Stephen? No? Okay, no one else in the room has filled out a blue form? Okay. Tanya, do I get back to you then?
Yes, and I'll probably bounce it back to the board, but now your options are to either continue the hearing to a date certain, close the oral hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, close the hearing entirely and set a date for deliberations. Oh, thanks. And close the hearing and commence deliberations now.
Yes, there are 4 options. So thank you very much for those. What is the wish of the board?
So I'm interested in proceeding. I don't know that we're going to get a lot more written testimony now. So maybe I'm just thinking it through as I'm speaking, but maybe close the public hearing on the matter. You know, as I say, we're not making decisions today. We've got a lot of good information in the record, and the Planning Commission has deliberated on this also. So I'm just kind of, as I say, throwing out an idea. Maybe we are ready to close the record.
I mean, it could also depend on when we're going to deliberate. You know, we have next week, then we have budget week the week after. If we're not going to deliberate on this until June, then I don't see any harm in leaving.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't see any harm either. I was just thinking it through.
I think it would be a good idea to leave the written record open, honestly.
And yeah, maybe by having this public hearing, we're going to be
It will.
triggering more information. So there you go.
Well, I was going to make a comment about the state of Ben's apartments. They are now, the vacancy is up in the neighborhood of, I don't know, it's 9% vacant in Bend. And then talking to someone, there are actually approximately 2,000 more apartments that are going to come online in Bend within the next, well, I know 500 are coming online within 6 months. So those are apartments, but those are unfortunately very expensive. And we are talking about doing something for people that work in our community, the retail workers, food service, nannies, retired people. And so I, you know, that's the other side of the story. I feel like we have to get more affordable housing here, but we do historically have an incredibly high percent of apartments that are now vacant in the city of Bend. Not so much in Redmond, but they are in Bend. And more, actually a couple thousand are coming online.
Well, so back to the record. So I'd support closing the oral record and leaving the written record open for.
What would be a date certain? What, in a couple weeks, 3 weeks, end of May?
It's up to your.
Yep.
Well, I know we have so much going on that.
Just want to ensure that staff has time between the close of the record and then to prepare a deliberation.
Right. Well, if we go to the end of the month of May and then the first week of June, I believe we're having a light week. And then, so that would put us, what, the second week of June? Tanya, does that work at all?
Or to close the record or to have.
No, just for the staff to come back.
On Wednesday, June 5th, or
No, the following one.
you could do that. I'm out of the office, but I could get staff.
The following, because Commissioner DeBonne is gone on June 5th. So that's why I was pushing it to the next one.
No, I think we'd like to.
Okay. So then we'd have to do it the week 17th to 19th, June 12th, 19th.
Juneteenth.
Oh, that's that's a holiday. Okay, so then we're really doing well, aren't we?
And that we haven't looked at the schedule, but I mean, if we have agenda items, I support having a meeting on Thursday. If the 19th is Wednesday, we could have a meeting in another day.
I made plans already.
Yeah, just ideas. Yeah.
The 19th and 20th.
Okay, so now we're talking about June 26th.
I mean,
Are we not?
That would be the next Wednesday. Correct.
Okay, so it sounds like if we leave the record open till the end of the May, and then we come back on the 26th of June. And I know that sounds horribly slow for those people that are desperately searching for affordable housing.
I mean, is it? I know we like to do work sessions on Mondays, but I mean, is it not allowed for us to deliberate on an item such as this at a Monday meeting?
Oh, you certainly can. Yeah, you can certainly deliberate, make decisions on Mondays.
End of June is a really long time away.
So what about June 17th then? Is that Monday?
EOC they're calling their annual.
Oh, yes.
Legislative.
Well,
June
that's
10th? Is that a Monday, June 10th?
Yeah. We'll just make that a big meeting day instead of.
I have no events on June 10th, so it must be the day we can do it on.
Here you go.
This is great. Okay, we've gone back and forth, June 10th.
So June.
Is that good for you, or you're gone that week?
But that shouldn't
Oh.
stop.
We can have somebody
It's we have very
competent.
wonderful staff members.
Yes.
Bosses. that can do
Okay.
that. So that would mean that deliberations on Monday, June 10th. Right?
Yes.
And the record would be held open until the end of May, you said, so May 20. Do you want to keep it on that Wednesday the 29th?
Sure. I think that's good.
Does it give you enough time to prepare?
Yes, before you leave. Are you sure? A week? That's okay. Okay.
So the record will be open until 5 p.m. on Wednesday, May
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Aren't we supposed to do 4?
4 p.m. Wednesday, May 29th, and I'll post that on our website as soon as I get back to my desk.
Okay, and then we will meet on June 10th, Monday, for deliberations, and those meetings normally start at 1, unless we find that our agenda is fuller for that afternoon. That works, Brenda?
Can I ask for something specific to be covered for us, prior to the deliberations, that day or before? A couple of people today have expressed concern about our code enforcement capacity, code compliance capacity. I know that many of the people who I've spoke to about this issue have, they have said, there's so much of this going on unauthorized in the county already, and code enforcement hasn't done anything about it. So I feel like there's part of what is blocking us from being able to move forward with a program is a lack of confidence in the amount of code enforcement capacity that we have. And, it's my belief that, our lack of our insufficient code compliance capacity is linked to the way that it's funded, that function is funded, and the level of FTE that we have. So I don't know what I'm asking for here, but I would love for us to have a discussion about kind of the real constraints we have within code compliance. What level of funding it is, how many FTE that produces, where the funding comes from, and the extensive backlog of code compliance complaints that we are not getting to in order to give people a realistic sense of what role code compliance is going to be able to play in making this program work or not.
So would you like to have, let's say, written testimony from code enforcement, from their department, kind of lay that out for you and put that in the record? Is that the best mechanism, do you think?
That would be helpful.
I'm trying to think of the best way to,
Yeah.
so other people can
Yeah.
have access to that. I know we've
Yeah.
had discussions when we were in the work session for this, more informally we had our code enforcement staff here kind of speaking to that, but I guess to formalize that, would that be a way that you would like that?
I think that would be good. I see Peter and Stephanie whispering too. I mean, do they have, are there additional thoughts on kind of?
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I mean, this topic could consume the rest of the afternoon. I think what Stephanie and I were whispering is we can put something in during the open record period that describes the demands, the responsibilities, the priorities that are documented in our code enforcement policy and procedure manual to provide a greater understanding, and certainly in writing, of why code enforcement experiences the demands, the higher volume, our staffing capacity. We can get into the funding, of course. And so that's put into context for this discussion. And then certainly during deliberations, if the board has questions, this has been a prominent topic, that we've had over the last 12, 18, 24 months. So
I think let's use years. Honestly, I've got my little code complaint that it's gone on for years, and it seems like it's very frustrating. And then remember our public hearing in Sun River when they were talking about people that were ignoring our rules, and they were just building like 2,000 square foot structures that were totally unpermitted.
And it's not because we don't have great people that are doing a really good job. It's just that the volume of work that our code places on our staff is, I think it's just vastly exceeding the capacity that we have.
yeah, we can put something in writing. I mean, it's volume, it's priority. We prioritize imminent public health and safety issues. It's a voluntarily based code enforcement program, and it requires it's a complaint driven program. And so for those that are, there's a multitude of factors that are contributing to our code enforcement program. And it's important to acknowledge that we continue to be one of the fastest growing counties in the state, and with robust investment into this community, people's expectations of their neighbors is only increasing, and it's generating more awareness and ultimately complaints. So we'll put something in writing and continue the conversation, and certainly one-on-one, Angie Haveneer and I can certainly talk about some of the inevitabilities that, and Stephanie Marshall as well, some of the inevitabilities that come with enforcing not just enforcement matters pertaining to building, septic, land use, but also in relationship to solid waste.
Yeah.
And it's all so complex.
Yeah.
So, and I want to thank Mr. Shaw for his comments today, where he said, he'd seen issues happening elsewhere, and he really wanted us to be very mindful of our decisions.
And I'm, now that this discussion is playing out, I'm kind of realizing I opened up a big box.
It's big,
but I think it points to, I mean, we do need to have a specific discussion about our capacity to do code enforcement in order to make an RV dwelling program work. That's one thing, but I think that there is this is a topic that merits a pretty in-depth review and discussion by the Board of Commissioners in and of itself, I believe, because there are, the amount of time that I spend talking to people who are really unhappy about complaints that they filed that are not being addressed in a timely fashion. It's it's disappointing to all of them. It's disappointing to me, and I know it's and it's frustrating for code staff, to feel like they have such a demand for their services, and they just don't have the capacity to serve that demand well. So this is something I would like us to put some dedicated time to discussing how to fix.
Great, thank you, and thanks for the support.
So just other ideas, topics that I wrote down as notes here, a fire service fee or a safety fee or something was mentioned. I do think that, maybe we need to do something to support a responding agency for this new use. So I'm not answering that question. I'm just laying it out there. I do support addressing, making sure that there's clarity on where this location is. It is a possible permanent tenancy. So, having it documented in some fashion. There's another topic of, lot size. I know when we did accessory dwelling units, Southern Deschutes County was limited to 5 acres for accessory dwelling units instead of 2. And I'm just asking my fellow commissioners, is that a discussion or not? It sounds like for septic evaluation is going to be done site by site. Some systems may be able to handle this different than an accessory dwelling unit building with a full bathroom and kitchen. So yeah, just as I say, let's make sure we're communicating about that. And then system development charge for transportation needs. Is there anything in the record about that? Did the road department say they want a half a SDC or a quarter of an SDC or?
Thinking about it already. We kind of posed that question to them earlier on. So I think that they are contemplating that. And I believe that's done sort of in a separate path than this.
So it's probably, it's going to be a PM trip, afternoon trip for a residential use seems to be appropriate.
Yeah, I believe their first blush was sort of, I think the way the ADUs were done, it was some fraction.
It was a half.
I think it would be something similar to that, possibly less than to finesse it, but it is on their radar. And
so that's still out there though. That's interesting. Okay.
That would be a board decision as well.
Yep.
Great. Well, thank you, Tanya. I'm glad you're going to take a vacation after you get the packet ready for us.
It's full time, right?
No.
No, it's June.
Very strategic.
Yes.
I'm just sorry you don't get to be here to see us land this.
Well, you can continue.
Okay.
No, but thank you. And thanks to everyone who stuck around. I really appreciate it. So I know it's been a long morning.
Great.
So record closes on the 29th and deliberations on June 10th.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any other items today? I know we're coming back at 5:30 for our hearing for the comprehensive plan. The last public hearing we will be having. It is at 5:30 if you want to come back and testify then.
Or stay till then.
Oh yeah. Any other items?
I'll just mention that the local public safety coordinating council met yesterday, and there was a great presentation by Holly Harris about the development of the deflection program, that's being developed jointly between behavioral health, law enforcement, district attorney's office, and parole and probation. And so that was the very positive part of the local public safety coordinating council meeting. And then presiding Judge Ashby shared with us his concerns, or the concerns of the DA's office and of the circuit court of our public defender shortage, which has reached a point where it is resulting in release of people who have been charged with crimes who you need to be released at a certain point if you cannot provide them with defense and take them to trial. So that was a huge concern for law enforcement officers, district attorney's office, the circuit court, and Judge Ashby described some efforts that are occurring in the community to try to address this public defender shortage, but it sure sounds like we really need state action in order for this for us to get a real solution to this problem.
Okay. Anything else?
Just a couple events. So Saturday night was Deschutes River Conservancy River Feast. So I was able to attend, and I know Commissioner Chang was in the room also. So that was a good, partnership for the big picture on water and the advocacy organization there. And then last night I mentioned earlier was Spotlight on Homelessness for the Bethlehem Inn, which Commissioner Adair and I were at.
Yes, and the county was thanked right up at the top of the list, right under Les Schwab, because they were the sponsoring group for the event. So it was great. And we got to hear the story from Sadie, who is now married, and but she had been to Bethlehem Inn when she was 7 years old with her little sister. And I met her father, and it made such a difference in her life. So it was lovely hearing her story for the group. Anyway, we're good to adjourn until 5:30?
Recess.
Recess till 5:30, Stephen. Does that sound great? Thank you so much.